Check complete.
In the rec meeting last night, I did the same thing all night. I was in that seat, I kept backing up, hitting it. Good evening and welcome to the Wednesday, December 28th, 2022 Litchfield Board of Selectmen meeting. The board has just come out of a paperwork review. I'd like to call the meeting to order and ask everyone to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. First items tonight are the review and approval of consent items. We have an account payroll manifest of December 20th, 2022 in the sum of $82,620.67 and December 27th, 2022 in the sum of $2,094,971.38. We have a payroll manifest of December 22nd, 2022 in the sum of $58,601.07. We have the November Treasurer Reconciliation. We have the Melanson Markham Acceptance, and we have the Boat Tax Agent Agreement. Are there any items members would like to remove from consent? Hearing none, do we have a motion to approve?
So move.
We have a motion by Mr. LaSalle's.
Second.
We have a second by Ms. Queenan. All those in favor? Mr. Larry?
Aye.
Mr. LaSalle's?
Aye.
Ms. Queenan?
Aye.
I am also an aye. Motion carries 4-0-0. Is there any other business members would like to add this evening?
I would like to add one item. I would just like an update. You've talked with the town attorney about the metal detecting policy or warrant article on town land. If we could add that to the end.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Is there anything else any members would like to be added? Hearing none, public input will occur no earlier than 6:45 p.m. First item of business is Litchfield Police Department Officer Oath of Office, Officer Peter Fragone. Fugione.
Nice
Thank you.
Irish name.
Yeah. Mr. French.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to members of the board for allowing the department this forum to introduce the newest member of our organization, part-time officer Peter Forgione. A little bit about Peter. He retired from the Nashua Police Department after completing 21 years of exemplary service as a police officer in Nashua. Following his retirement, he joined the University of Massachusetts Lowell Police Department, where he currently serves as a patrol officer. And he was also serving as a part-time officer in the town of Newbury, Mass. Police Department. So we are delighted to have him. He has a Bachelor of Science degree in Criminal Justice from UMass Lowell. And following his swearing in and immediately following the first of the year, we'll get him right into field training. So I'd like to call Peter up and also call Captain Scotty up to administer the oath of office and presentation of the badge. Over here, Captain, please, for the camera.
That way?
Yes, over this way, Peter.
This way. All right, Peter. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Peter Forgione,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform
will faithfully,
and impartially
partially
discharge
and perform
all duties incumbent
all duties incumbent
on me
on me
as a part-time police officer,
as a part-time police officer,
according to the best of my abilities,
according to the best of my abilities,
agreeably to the rules and regulations
agreeably to the rules and regulations
of the Constitution
of the Constitution
and the laws of the state of New Hampshire,
and the laws of the state of New Hampshire,
and the ordinances of the town of Litchfield.
and the ordinances of the town of Litchfield.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Welcome. Good to have you.
Welcome aboard.
I'd like to say,
Congratulations.
I appreciate the opportunity. I love being a police officer. I've been doing it for 28 years now, and I still I still have a lot left in me, and I appreciate the opportunity to come over to Litchfield. The reputation of the town, the police department is well heard of in Nashua, where I reside, and where I worked as a police officer there for the 21 years. So it's a great opportunity to come over, and I really appreciate the opportunity.
So you downsized?
Well, I downsized in the size, but not the quality.
My wife worked at the Nashua District Court for 39 years.
Where?
Nashua District Court for 39 years in charge of the criminal division. She probably knows you.
I've been,
Scotty too knows her. That's that point.
yeah, absolutely.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you and welcome.
Yeah, you're joining a good group of guys.
Yeah, Scotty, if he keeps on smiling, it'd be good.
So next we have the LPD recognition for life-saving medals, Corporal Morgan and Robert Boda.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. If I could call Corporal Morgan forward.
He's a hat.
Fortunately, our part-time officer Boda had a conflict in his schedule. He's not able to join us, but we will award him his medal at a later time.
Okay.
Beautiful.
So, just a brief explanation of the award here. Job of a police officer is a difficult one. Every day, things can change in an instant. 1 minute officers could be watching traffic to the next minute when they're responding to an emergency call, where every minute and their training counts. Such was the case on December 3rd of this year for Corporal Brian Morgan and part-time officer Robert Boda. Corporal Morgan, a field training officer, was training Officer Boda during their shift, and they were completing reports when they heard the call for an unconscious man at a private residence. They immediately responded, and upon arrival found a man on the floor of the home, not breathing and with no pulse. Training kicked in, and they began assessing the situation with the aid of an AED. Following the AED prompt, a shock was delivered with no response. CPR was immediately initiated, and throughout the time when another shock from the AED was advised. Following that shock, including rescue breathing and CPR, efforts continued until the arrival of the ambulance. Through their efforts, the man regained a pulse prior to being transported to the hospital. For their professional performance under extreme circumstances, Corporal Morgan and Officer Boda are hereby awarded a life-saving medal to be proudly worn on their uniforms in the highest traditions of law enforcement. They will also receive a written commendation which will become part of their permanent file. So I'd like to call Captain Scotty forward for the presentation of the medal and the commendation.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Like to say anything, Corporal Morgan?
What can you say about the situation? You know, it's what we're here for. It's what we train for. Credit to Dan Dolan throughout the years. He's been training us on our CPR and AED stuff for years, even including my time in Hudson. So, credit to him.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. We appreciate your time.
Most welcome. Thank
You're
you.
more than welcome. Thank you.
Good stuff, guys.
Thanks for all you do.
That guy can take him out. I'm just picking on you.
Next item, we have the approval of the November 14th, 2022 minutes. Has everybody had a chance to review them? We have any comments? Questions?
No? They're good.
Clarifications?
They're good.
Everybody looks at Kim.
Hearing none, do we have a motion to accept?
So moved.
We have a motion by Mr. Leary.
Second.
We have a second by Mr. LaSalle. All those in favor? Mr. Leary?
Aye.
Mr. LaSalle's.
Aye.
Mr. Lynch. Aye. Ms. Queenan.
Aye.
I am also an aye. Motion carries 500. Happy New Year, guys. Take care.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Happy New Year.
Behave.
Next, we have the approval of the December 12th, 2022 minutes. Any comments, questions, clarifications, edits, changes?
They look good.
Do we have a motion to approve?
So move.
We have a motion by Mr. LaSalle's.
Second.
We have a second by Ms. Queenan. All those in favor, Mr. Larry.
Aye.
Mr. LaSalle's.
Aye.
Mr. Lynch.
Aye.
Ms. Queenan.
Aye.
I am also an aye. Motion carries 500. Next, we have the approval of the town holidays for non-bargaining employees for 2023. Ms. Kleiner.
Actually, Karen worked on these holidays. These are for the regular non-bargaining employees, following what we traditionally have had for holidays. There's really no changes but dates, the corresponding dates. So there's no new holidays or changes to specific holidays from this current year.
So for the new year, we closed Monday?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have a motion to approve the town holidays for non-bargaining?
So moved.
We have a motion by Mr. Larry.
Second.
We have second by Mr. LaSalle's. All those in favor, Mr. Larry.
Aye.
Mr. LaSalle's.
Aye.
Mr. Lynch.
Aye.
Ms. Queenan.
Aye.
I am also an aye. Motion carries 500. Town auditors update only. Ms. Kleiner.
So this is we received notification. Melanson has merged with Markham LLP. They are looking for your approval. I mean, you're under contract with them through 2023. There's no change to your price for 2023. But when you go to renegotiate, it will be under the firm name of Markham LLP. So Markham is a national company, and it's very well known. It has a great reputation, and it's during the transition we don't expect much change for us. We'll still be working with the same staff, auditors that we have in the past. So it really is just information at this point, but they are asking, that's what was on your consent, just for you to sign that you have been notified of their merger.
Good with that?
I'm good with that.
As long as you're good with that, we're good with that. Do we need a motion or just to sign what's in the folder, in the consent folder?
You really just need to sign. We're under contract with
Okay.
Melanson, and their letter indicates that.
Yeah, it was in the consent, so we're
Yeah.
good with that? Okay, perfect.
Will they now be known as Markham?
So, from what I have heard is that Markham will become the name because Markham's a big national firm. But I'm interested in what happens to the locations because Melanson had some change in locations, and so what we don't know is, will they keep all their locations or new location?
Yeah, we have a town resident that works for him as one of the auditors.
Oh.
Yeah, so I'll ask her.
I mean, Melanson had some change
Yeah.
over the past couple of years, so I have to believe that they knew that this was coming.
Okay, we have the acceptance of a resignation, Litchfield Police Department officer, Ms. Kleiner.
So we received a resignation from Officer Taylor Desitel. She will be resigning as of January 4th and joining the Stratham Police.
Okay.
Thank you.
We wish her well.
Wish her well, and could you please send her a letter on behalf of the board and thanking her for her service in the town?
Be happy to do so.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to accept the resignation of Officer Desitel?
So moved.
We have a motion by Mr. Larry.
Second.
We have a second by Ms. Queenan. All those in favor, Mr. Larry.
Aye.
Mr. LaSalle's.
Aye.
Mr. Lynch.
Aye.
Ms. Queenan.
Aye.
I am also an aye. Motion carries 500. Next, we have the Litchfield Police Department Taser 5-year replacement program. Ms. Kleiner.
So, on the ARPA funds that the CIP committee placed in their recommendation, this Litchfield Police Department Taser 5-year replacement program was recommended by CIP for the use of ARPA funds. What we have realized is that if we go into the new year without issuing a purchase order, then the quote is going to go up 10%. We realized that everybody thought this was an important purchase. The tasers are not working correctly. We need to correct that. We wanted to avoid the 10%, so we were asking for the board's approval to issue the PO in the amount of $47,765.72 from ARPA funds.
My only concern with that is we haven't had a chance as a board to sit down and prioritize and decide how we want to proceed with ARPA, and we were going to sit with the CIP people. That being said, I really don't have a problem with it. I just want to state that.
I have no issue with allocating the funds either. I think it's something from a public safety standpoint that we really need, and the safety of the officers.
And they're getting old, it's time to change them.
Yes, especially where some of them are not discharging properly.
Yep.
It's always the
important.
worst case scenario when they decide to act up.
Yep.
I think there's one other, as we mentioned, tasers. There's also the IT equipment purchases that were for $59,401. And although I haven't received any word that those costs would increase, I just want to say that those were important purchases that were actually taken out of the IT budget. And, the director of IT is here. I'm sure he could speak to, I know that some of the equipment that he was planning to use that for has been having some issues as well. So they really need to look at replacing that. And John, if I'm correct, that's also PD related.
Mr. Burdell, you want to come and speak to that? Thank you.
I didn't plan on it, but I can come.
Just wing it.
Yeah, I'll wing it. Yeah, one of the items in the request was the MDTs that are in the cruisers, which was the other half of the final replacement window. And then there was the replacement of the watch guard, which is the video evidence collector for the cruisers. One of the problems that I've been running into lately is I've been borrowing from other components from other machines, and now I have 2 dead ones that I gotta buy more parts, and I can't get parts for them. So I'm at that point where I gotta start replacing them versus keep on trying to piecemeal it. So
How old are they?
the average age right now is 8 years old, is the average, I believe.
Way
They,
past
they,
technology.
they have way past their life. They've lasted a lot longer than I thought they were going to last. Each one of those units that are in the car, except for one, has gone through 2 cycles of cars. So 8 years, roughly.
Yep.
And with regards to the MDTs, as you probably have heard, we have Verizon, one of the companies, shutting down their old 3G network. I have an MDT that's still running 3G. Now, I can get around that, but if I can get the funding, I can get the MDT in place and get that removed along. Allow me to proceed with what I requested, or what you folks pulled out, would get me a head start of it, because it'll take me probably till March to get all the parts. So,
Okay. What's the total of that?
60, less than 60,000?
Yeah, 59.
59,401.
Yeah.
You got a buck?
Yeah, it's on that sheet.
I can't see it, so mine's on yellow.
Now,
Yours isn't yellow? Well, you didn't get it early enough.
I would just, would highlight one
yep.
piece of that. I think on the item it's marked watch guard, that's only for 2 units. I think I asked if you doubled that, we can replace all of them. So I think what was allocated was to say, I'm fine with that, we can get by with that. I'm just saying, if you wanted to alleviate any cost going forward, That would be to add to double that number, and then that would replace all the watch guard units we have.
So double the
So I think it's-
59,000, or is it,
No, I think it's 24 and change. It's called the video unit.
it's not broken down to the.
Oh, is it not broken
spreadsheet.
down? It was basically, I needed 50 to do the whole thing
Mm-hmm.
for the watch guards. But again, I'm just saying, if you wanted to remove the one-time cost, that'd be a way to do it.
Yeah, it's got listed 59,401 for a total.
So it's a total,
So you think
right?
it's another 24 on
I
top
think
of
it's like
that?
24 on top of that, yeah. And we did talk about it, but I think it got missed during the,
So a 73-ish is what you're looking for?
So it's 130,000 total for everything?
No, it's about 73, because of that number, Bob, some of it is the MDT.
Yeah,
So the watchtower is another 24 on top of that
Yeah.
59 number.
on top of the 59, and then the
Yeah. Yeah,
47 for the tasers.
Okay, you adding that, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were adding that one to it.
yeah, Bob,
Yes.
just
So
so,
130,000 for everything, off of the 9, whatever,
They find a parachute.
20 to 30, yeah.
more than 10% of the
Okay, fine.
ARPA funds.
but I'll take whatever you give me right now.
Thank you,
Thank
John.
you.
Appreciate it.
Goes fast, doesn't it? The money.
That goes really fast, yeah.
It always goes fast. Look at the stores.
Slow to come in and fast to go.
20,000.
They find paint.
The watches were
Goes
12.9.
fast.
The watches were 12.9.
You can tell what the number was. I don't remember what the number was. If you give me a second, I can look it
That would make sense. I mean,
Yeah,
you said 24-ish, so 12.9,
Yeah.
you know, it's just over.
Yeah.
How
Times
important
two,
is it,
so-
John?
The watch guard units?
Yeah.
So, the video from the cruisers, obviously they're evidence when something does occur in a cruiser.
Yep.
It protects our officers both for
Pros and
what's
cons.
happened for the process, but it also is a training tool too, so it's pretty critical.
Okay.
When the units aren't working, they'll swap cars out to get in a unit that is working, because most officers will, it's an item that helps protect them. But, and you're right, Kevin, it's pros and cons. I've seen video evidence of a DUI that got thrown out because they didn't see the DUI. I'm like, how do you not see the DUI?
Yeah.
But it's pros and cons, but without it, the cruiser's not considered duty ready.
Okay.
And like I said, I have another one that just failed with a camera. I gotta go get another camera and a harness. I borrowed it from the evidence library camera, so I'm begging and borrowing to replace what I have for the units I have now. So, and like I said, I was just gonna go check, because I don't remember exactly what's the number.
Yeah, I think that's
Why can't I give you?
You think that's right?
Yeah, he has 12.9 on.
Yeah,
two.
I could
Times two,
honestly be
so-
overstating it too, but let me just double check.
So you can't get in?
Oh, maybe, no, I don't know. I may need an IT guy to help me.
Yeah.
Well, you have but my assistant will help you.
What are you trying to do?
I'm trying to get in for tonight's meeting, but it doesn't like me.
Yeah, so that's right.
That's not
I owe it. It's 12.9 was the total. It was 24, 25. I said, give me 25
Got
and
the
it'll be
right
the whole
space.
thing. Yeah.
Okay.
And I think what
Error.
they have is
I don't think you're logged in. It's still going.
46. So they did do it then already.
It's
So
still spinning.
what I asked for was 46 was taken out of the budget. 46.5. They're granting me 56.
All right, so you have the same issue I had. So
59.
go.
Well, that's the 12.9.
Yeah,
Double
so
almost.
I do think it is.
Yeah, so I think we're good. I lost track of it then.
Are you hitting anything with part shortages?
4650.
What's that?
When you're ordering anything, are you finding any part shortages happening? Or-
All year I've had nothing but power problems. I waited almost 6 months for a power supply. So it is getting better. I don't, I'm still waiting. We ordered radios for DPW, hoping to have them for this winter season to help augment what they have. They are still no delivery date on them yet, and they were ordered, I don't know, August, September. So
You're up.
Did you get the
Thanks for
fingerprint
cranking
thing?
it.
You wrote a grant money.
Gotta go old school
grant for the
sometimes.
fingerprint.
the APHIS,
Did that finally come in?
so they're building it this week.
Nice.
It's only 2 months late due to part
So, I mean,
shortages. They ran out of
Parts
cabinets.
shortages is
They'll
the
figure
problem
that.
with IT.
Oh, yeah, it's huge.
And it's getting better. You have
Supply
the same
chain. I
problem
see
in
it
your
everywhere,
stuff, yeah.
The supply chain is just brutal.
Yeah, you can't, they give DV a delivery date and there's no guarantee.
Add 6 months to it.
Right. And 20% of the cost.
6 months plus 20%.
It's not gonna shoot
That's where you really have to figure, because,
Exactly.
yeah. And I, obviously, I live this every day too, so I understand where it's coming from, but.
Yeah.
And so, what Kevin corrected me was, you already calculated in the double of the watch guards, so the number you got, 59, is the exact number.
Oh,
So you don't have to
perfect,
do
okay.
anything for me.
Oh, good.
So we're looking more like 108.
Yeah, so Kim's keeping me honest, that's the role. I'll take extra, but that's fine.
I had 106, 721.
Yeah.
And then the other 24.
59, 4.
Brings it up to about 130.
But we didn't need the other 24.
We don't need the other
Don't need
24
the other
now.
Now you
24.
don't need it?
I made a mistake.
Guys behind you will take it.
Yeah, no. I didn't realize you doubled it up when you sent it out, so.
No.
And then we won't have to buy them every year, right? That takes care of all
No.
5
So
years.
that,
5 years, you're thinking?
so that will complete the MDT replacement cycle, so we don't put any other cruisers on the road. And that will replace all the active watch guard units, again, so we don't put any other cruisers on the road. So you shouldn't see any replacement costs for 5 years, roughly.
What about the tasers? That takes care of all that.
That
too,
my understanding from the tasers, that takes care of the whole taser
All the
fleet.
tasers, every
Take
single
the
one
whole-
of
the
them.
whole package, right?
Yeah, and the life expectancy of those things are fairly long. It's just a matter of how they're taken care of. They are on the field belt, so that
Yeah.
does have a tendency to abuse things. But
Okay.
right now, like they said, they have different brands, different night types, so this helps them.
Yeah.
Yeah, you receive so many each year for 5 years, it's roughly about $9,500
Yeah,
of tasers each year.
yeah, that's what
Forties.
that's what it shows. Huh?
So we're looking about just over $107,000 of
Wait.
funds to use.
Write it all now and get it out of the way.
I think we do.
Mm-hmm.
I think we do. Get it out of the budget.
What about pacemakers? You gotta keep them alive.
5 years. All right, thank you, John, appreciate that.
You're welcome.
I'm not
So
sure,
what do we think?
you want
All right.
one motion, two motions?
I think we can do one motion and just put them both in it with, tasers and IT equipment purchases. All right, do we have a motion to approve the new tasers and IT equipment purchases in, let's call it $108,000 just because.
So moved.
We have a motion by Mr. LaSalle's.
Second.
We have a second by Mr. Leary. All those in favor, Mr. Leary,
All right.
Mr. LaSalle's,
Aye.
Mr. Lynch.
Aye.
Ms. Queenan.
Aye.
I am also an aye. Motion carries 5-0. Next, we have fiscal year 2022 encumbrances and fiscal 2022 budget year-end projections. Ms. Kleiner and Ms. White.
So.
I have a feeling
as
this is
we're
going to be a
spending-
duo.
Yeah, as we're talking about money here, we found out this afternoon, originally, we were asking for 2 encumbrances, the protective clothing for the fire department, which has already been ordered. That's a supply issue for $15,350. And then you had issued a purchase order for the engine 4 repair for $18,474 and change. What we found out this afternoon was that unfortunately engine 4 needs a little bit of additional work. And so they're estimating approximately $3,240, but there's other labor and things in there. So what we're requesting is for an additional $5,000 to be added to that PO for the 18-4 and encumbered from the fiscal 22 budget so that we can authorize them to go ahead and finish that work on engine 4. And the interim chief is here. He can speak to what it is. And if I've got it right, it's a water tank underneath, and it's going to reinforce the water, holding the water tank up. So there's welding and.
Come on up and give us all the info.
That's why.
That's a good try.
Is that
More
the one
water,
you just went
hold
through?
up, more
That you
water?
guys just went all through it?
Engine 1 is the one that just came back. Engine 4 is the one that is out
have now.
now, yeah.
Good. Good thing they're fixing things now.
So,
Welcome our deputy chiefs.
thank you. Everybody knows
Good to
Ed
see you.
Clancy.
Interim
Yeah,
chief.
Nice to see you all.
Yeah, we know.
deputy and interim, that's right.
Yes, you
Yeah.
gotta give him proper props.
Doug and Ed with us.
Good evening, everybody. So yeah, I actually was looking for an update to give you tonight on Engine 4. The manager at the repair facility beat me to the punch and sent me an email this morning. They're just about done with the truck. They're at the point where they're doing the undercoating. And as they're going through, there's a cradle system, a metal cradle system that holds the plastic 1,250 gallon water tank in the truck. And 3 of the support members, the welds are broken. And they're afraid that had the truck gone down the road, the truck would flip over and cause an accident. They, right now, again, you got a plastic tank. Welding and plastic don't usually go together. They think that they may be able to do it. Usually you have to take the tank out of the truck, which would incur more costs, but they believe they may be able to make the necessary repairs without removing the tank. So right now they were looking at, they said it's like 16 to 20 hour job to make this repair, to get up and get in and make the repairs. But they believe they can do it for that price, but it's only an estimate unless they run into more problems and then they have to pull the tank.
So what's the worst case scenario, did they say?
He didn't, well, worst case scenario would be pulling the tank
Yeah,
a
but I
lot
mean,
more
from a
money.
dollar standpoint, did they say?
He wouldn't give that. He's pretty confident he can do it with what he has. He said there's 3 welds that broke that he needs to do, and then they want to put some extra gussets in for extra support around it.
Yep.
And then they'll finish undercoating it, and if all goes well, the truck will be done.
Do it.
Okay.
Just do it. We all get rusty, excuse the expression.
We
Look
can
at the
pay
guy
from it-
beside you.
From the budget this year, so that helps a lot.
Right, so the original motion that we had before this afternoon was for the $33,824.90 to be encumbered. And now we'd ask that we add 5,000 to that.
So do you
Please
want
do.
it to be 38,825, Colin?
Correct.
Okay.
Do it.
Do we have a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion by Mr. Leary.
Second.
We have a second by Mr. Lynch. All those in favor, Mr. Leary?
Aye.
Mr. LaSalle's?
Aye.
Mr. Lynch?
What conditions that the deputy has to change?
His cleaning.
I'm just kidding.
Yes.
I am an aye. Motion carries 5-0-0. Thank you.
We're not quite sure that the lobotomy works. These little flinches now.
He's got a lot of paint.
I'm sure
in
we're
him.
still on this subject. Encumbrances and year-end projection.
Do those, and this might sound like a stupid question, but do those fire apparatus go through a yearly inspection?
Yes.
And like regular cars and so forth, they have to be inspected and so forth?
So it used to be they had to go through twice a year. The state just changed that like about 5 years ago. It's only once a year. However, because of what we do with it, we have Corey Fechtow go through it in March, and then he goes through it again in September, and then it also still, after Corey looks at it in September, it goes over to Merrimack to a company we contract, and they go through and they put the sticker on it.
I'm just surprised they didn't pick up on this cradle.
Well, so if you look at, they sent me pictures, I probably should have copied the pictures, but in the pictures, it's really hard to get up in it, and the only reason they noticed it is because they're trying to undercoat the truck to protect it from more rusting, and even the pictures that they showed, it was, I don't even know how they got the camera up into where they found these cracks, so it wouldn't be found probably on a regular inspection.
Because there's a lot of stress load when you're making a corner with a load of water and so forth.
Yeah.
And that could be
Well,
disastrous.
and it's that truck holds 1,250 gallons of water at 8.4 pounds per gallon, so,
That's a lot of weight.
yeah.
That doesn't include the rust.
And if you're on your way to a structural fire or something and you're going pretty fast, that could be tough, you know?
Never had that happen.
Okay, thank you.
Okay then. That was
But
easy.
we have now projections?
projections, and I'm gonna ask Karen to speak to it. I know she's been working on it continuously for the past few weeks to keep track of where we are, but
Yeah, so I haven't gotten to it this week, and with those few storms in this past weekend, none of that is in the projections or the 5,000 that we just added to that. So I'm going to say it's probably down from that 156, probably down to, I'm gonna, good estimate, I'm gonna say we'll probably be at like 125 at the end of the year.
Because after that
Something
5, we're down to
else
what,
big doesn't
151, and then
come.
depending on what Kevin used for the storm and everything,
Yeah, and the fire
personnel
department
and
had
so
some
forth, and
extra,
fire
yeah.
and everything we did, so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. The snow plowing
Snow
from the
plowing,
past
yeah.
snowstorms and,
I will
So,
tell you that,
25, 30 grand's probably the number.
yeah, I would think.
can say, we'll tell you that we're very proud of ourselves, that we've, the budget up until Thursday was looking very good. We've been very happy with us until the storm.
It only takes one storm, right?
Right.
Always the unknown.
Yeah, yeah. It is.
But thank you again for opening up the community center for the public. Yeah. I know nobody really utilized it, but just to have that there for anybody that needed it.
The generators are working very good in town. You drive through town, open your windows, drive through, you hear a lot of roaring.
Well, I will say that we did get 3 carbon monoxide calls from generators out of it, so.
Yeah.
But that's to be expected.
Yeah.
You point your exhaust the wrong way, and next thing you know, it's coming into the house, right?
One was in the garage, one was the entire house.
In the house?
The house was just charged full of carbon monoxide.
Where was
Could
the,
happen, though, if
the
you put it in an area and you
outside
point the
or
exhaust
inside?
back
Generator
towards the
was
house.
outside, but it was
Come in.
near
I
a
did that
walkout
once.
basement door, and all the CO went right
And so we
out.
had an intake vent going in.
So my
through the
exhaust
door.
always points to the backyard now.
It's acceptable loss.
Yep, 10 feet away from the house.
Yeah.
You can't bring me out and be nice.
But thank you for all your efforts, it's really
Carpet.
appreciated.
This past weekend really put a strain on everybody, and you guys did really well helping out there.
Carbon monoxide can be really tricky, and it's amazing how it can be outside, but still make its way into the house.
It teaches the homeowner that they need to get better doors.
I will say in all 3 instances, they thought that they were faulty alarms and they almost didn't call. And people are very surprised when they find out that because you can't smell carbon monoxide.
Correct.
They're very
Trust your
surprised when we
alarms.
tell them that you have gas in your
Better to
house.
check it.
Yeah.
Better to check.
It makes them look at their doors and their intake around the whole thing, which is what they have to do when they put a generator on the outside.
Do we have any way of knowing what the maximum gust was?
I saw for Manchester, I think it was like 72 miles an hour.
Correct.
I don't know what ours was, but I can tell you that
Ours was bad.
I can tell you down the side of my house, I can usually tell when it's going high. The highest I've ever lived through in the 45 years I've been in town was on Thursday. It came through and it sounded like it was like a freight train coming through, and I was like, wow, I can't believe that. And then all of a sudden it doubled in sound, and it must have been that 70-mile-an-hour gust that came through.
It was so bad at my house, we sent the kids to the basement because we had a 40-foot pine. Half of the top came down in the backyard, and branches just coming off the whole top of the house.
Yeah.
It was that was after the rain and everything. It was like almost like it was.
It was dark when that
calm,
was
and then
darker.
just the wind came through, and it was so bad.
It was dark when that
Four
happened.
sections, when that happened, 4 sections of my stockade fence came down.
Yeah.
All in that one instant.
Yeah.
All I got to say,
You're
all the
protected pretty much in
branches
your
that blew
backyard.
down are
Yeah.
gone.
Yeah.
They're in the other guy's.
Our pavilion came off.
And that was earlier in
Really?
the day.
And they're screwed down, they're
Yeah.
tap screwed.
And that was early in the day, right?
Did you get your what do you call those things, the trampoline back?
It was the same shot.
Three streets
That's like
streets
Santa,
over,
they
I'm
got
sure.
NORAD following it.
Yeah.
Chicken coop.
He did, but
So
he's
Mr.
still
Mr.
missing
Brown-
3 granddaughters.
Mr. Brown sent me a picture. So one of Dalton's big pushers, like what they have over at the fire station,
Yeah.
blew over.
Really?
I mean, I don't.
Takes a little bit.
That's pretty impressive.
That's impressive because I mean, I don't even know how much that thing weighs.
It's heavy.
Yeah, those are some big gusts.
I just remember we were in our sunroom, and it was in the evening, and the wind was howling, and then all of a sudden, there was like this one gust, and I thought the house was gonna blow over, you know?
Yeah, there's one, because I chased the next day, I went to look for my lawn sweeper, who I had in the backyard. It was 145 feet away into the brush. And the lot next door, I finally got it out. It was a nice day. It cleaned up the backyard nicely.
No, I got a mess in my house.
I'm just wondering, were there any lessons that were learned? I mean, is there anything that we can take away?
No, I mean, it's just, for us, it was a typical storm, and
Put your stuff away.
it was more labor intensive for us because we actually had more live wires down. Pinecrest, there was a 4-hour light show. I have a video of a ball of fire for 4 hours straight until Eversource came to shut the power off.
They're busy.
How was Pinecrest?
Good.
That was
Oh,
on
I'm sorry,
Pinecrest.
yeah, okay, Pinecrest, okay.
Yeah, and that one there, the worst part of it is we had 2 people in cars that wanted to try and get up to High Plain and drive down High Plain, and you could actually feel the ground vibrating from the electricity. And they're like, "Oh, I got rubber tires. I can just drive over that." And we're like, "No."
That's ground
Not
fault.
happening.
Yeah. Like, yeah, I'm not watching that.
And Hillcrest was out for a while, too.
Yeah, they had a couple trees fall down.
62 miles an hour is what we registered for.
62? On our weather station? That's
Thanks,
a big
John.
gust.
Do you have a time on that?
I thought it was 9 and 5, someone said.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep, that would make
That's,
sense.
that's what I thought would
On
happen.
Thursday?
And 9 in the morning?
No,
9 in the morning and 5 at night? That's what I thought I read.
9 o'clock, we got 62 around the count, and then we went 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, the one that
left
I
the
had in
house
my
at 5, and my wife
5:12.
was complaining.
That you came
Friday.
back?
Rich Friday.
No, she wanted me to come over.
Friday.
Friday, yeah.
I said, I can't, I get the pizza.
I know that, Highway was out there
I
trying
don't
to
go there
clear
too often.
trees.
Yeah?
Even into Friday evening,
Your
and
brother too much.
cars
By there
coming
every day.
in the dark
You don't see me, I park
around
on
the
the backside.
corner,
I know
not
you-
knowing
We'll be
trees were down,
Good man.
and there were crews working.
You have a
It
unique truck.
got a little
I changed my truck.
dangerous, so, it's really tough in areas where there isn't lights. And if you come around a corner too fast, you're gonna hit that tree, and
Yeah, we got a lot of that on
Pretty good.
Page, we have a lot of that on Talent,
Cutler.
Cutler.
Down at Temple Drive,
Yeah.
the trees that fell down there in that small section of the driveway, they're not small ones, and they're all been hacked up by the people doing things. There's a lot of wood down there if you need it. Okay.
I have to say, though, that with all the storm, all the wind, all the trees and everything, that there was a remarkable number of people who did not lose power.
No, they didn't.
Like, I didn't lose power, and Eversource has done a remarkable job of trimming along the major, like 3A and
Collector
other
courses.
places.
That was after that last big storm, that they had a lot of issues. They had that company, what is it, Ashbluff, come out and they trimmed almost everything because there were so many issues.
When
Us-
we were in Pinecrest by Gibson, we were sitting there, we got the roadblock, we had the fire thing in front of us,
What fire
and
thing?
there's a,
What fire thing?
I'm sorry, the electrical fire. And there's a large tree leaning over Pinecrest that would have blocked our escape, but it was like, we were in the right place to be, but it was tagged to be removed by Eversource.
Had the
or
flag,
Ashland.
the flagging on it to
Had
go.
the black and white
Yeah.
bunting on it.
Yeah. Well, remember,
I just wonder how many of our wreaths survived, Robert.
they did
Cemetery
good, guys. I put
And
14
As I
up.
understand, none of them flew
wreaths.
out.
Really?
Yes, they did, because I went up to Hillcrest
did?
and I put up 14 of them,
Did you?
back onto them, because I went up to check on mom and dad. Okay,
They
and
still
while
there,
I
I
was
hope?
there,
Well, you must have got there before Bobby, because he walked to both cemeteries and said everything was
Yeah.
on.
Because I was shocked with all the winds I had at my house, the wreaths we have hanging on our front windows, we didn't lose any of them.
That's because they were being pushed against the window.
Probably it's coming the right direction,
They
right?
ended up in the living room, right?
Mine, we're doing this.
All I can say, guys, the last time we had a storm like this was 7 or 8 years ago, and the whole town was out for about a week.
Right.
Okay, and it was really nice because we learned how to run wood stoves. Go back to-
That was an ice event though, right?
That was the ice storm.
That was,
2010.
yeah, that was Thanksgiving though, wasn't it?
That was a different
Right around
storm.
there.
We were just talking about that. There was one at Thanksgiving and there was one at, Halloween.
Halloween.
See, Halloween's not good for you. Too many bad
We
things.
definitely liked that. I mean, and if that would have been snow instead of rain, that would have been really bad with the whiteout conditions
Yeah.
and whatnot.
With
Let's
those
go to
winds.
Buffalo. Buffalo's still going.
That's
Is that
pretty
snow?
bad.
But Karen, I will say this is the least we've ever encumbered.
I,
In my 5 years, it's the least we've ever encumbered.
well, it's a lot, but only two.
What's that?
I said it's a lot, but only two.
Yeah.
Well, we're supposed to spend the budget.
Yeah, we did it this year.
That's what we're here for, spend it.
Wisely.
I think there's still departments.
Correct.
Mother Nature has nothing to do with that.
So,
And,
so
highway?
police has a few expenditures that, they were working on that was still, recommended to come out of this budget. And highway had about $8,000, for a
Those
plow that they had, planned on from this
With the
budget. So,
disease.
I mean, even with that, we're probably at least around 100.
I would still think, the
yeah,
125 is
I
probably
think-
still good.
I mean, I think we're in a good place. But with the cost of everything going up, you're much better getting, if you had a purchase budgeted and planned, you're much better to get it now.
Yep.
Than after the first of the year.
We were doing good till we got our last propane bill.
Yes. I know. I mean, you're starting to hear now, and you know, on that note, I know we had talked about community power. It was brought up. They have asked to come in and give a presentation on it. So
Liberty Power?
community power.
Okay.
So it's standard power, and it's nothing that you could do this year because it would take a year to get it into the works and all the proper agreements signed. But it's actually where you pool together, and the rates that you get, you can now offer to the community at a lower rate. And that's why they call it community power. So they like to come in and give the board a presentation in January. Because we do know that power, energy costs now are really starting to
Yeah.
impact people.
Are there other communities that currently have this?
Nashua.
Nashua does?
So there's an energy manager in Nashua that works just on this. Lebanon. They were the beginning communities. But I know that Ryan from Standard Power is working on a number of other communities who are just getting ready to. So, it's a good conversation to have anytime you can lower the cost to your residents.
Oh,
Do they
definitely.
sell water also?
No, unfortunately. So I asked Fire to stay in case there were any questions regarding the warrant article for the fire engine.
Okay, perfect.
I'm reading it now.
The default,
So the
it's
proposed-
higher than than the proposed.
Is it still within 100 and change?
No, it's down. There was a lot we couldn't,
Yeah.
do. I think it was like 47.
Yeah,
So
I
they're
wanted
really
to say
close.
around 50, but
Yeah,
it's
they're pretty close, but defaults, higher, but pretty
so
close.
after the NHMA gave their webinar on default budgets, and there had been a lot of changes that had been put forth, so they really wanted to make sure that all municipalities were up to date with the latest changes on what you could and could not carry into default. which is basically no changes in default. Yeah, so I think the ones that you'd think healthcare, well, it's contracted, right? I mean, you have
Yeah, you
your-
can't change
your-
that.
But you can't carry any of that. You can't basically carry anything that wasn't approved by the voters the prior year. So that changed it just a tad bit. We had to back a couple things out. We've had some interesting questions from the budget committee, and we've run those through legal. So I think we're in a really good place as far as our understanding of what you can and cannot include in your default. But having said that, it's still higher than the proposed. So
But a lot closer.
a lot closer than it was.
Yeah.
So the default budget is higher than the tax cap.
Than the proposed, yep.
Yeah.
It's
That's
interesting.
what I'm seeing.
That's happened a few years now.
Yeah, and I think because of the tax cap,
Yeah.
the police department, because of the union, that's all contractual, because the voters vote on it.
Yeah.
We get to pull that, not everything else the voters,
Yeah.
vote for. And so I think really it's the police department that gets to help us, and where so much was cut from them.
Yep.
There's, in default, they pretty much get it back.
So do we ever find out from legal, what happens at deliberative if people come and add money back into the budget? So now it's no longer the budget committee's proposed budget, it changes at that point.
And that's what the voting
What would
system is
happen?
about.
It's voted on by the
Voters.
yes. So then that can be
So
included
can the
in
budget
your
committee, they
default
can't approve it
following year.
now because it's over the tax cap, right? So they'll have to vote against it in
Fine.
order to do it.
Right.
And then the proposed budget could actually, depending on what happens at deliberative, could be higher than the default if people show up to add money back in for
Correct.
certain.
Correct.
Okay.
That's common practice in government. The
I've just
budget
never
committee
seen it
doesn't have
happen
last
before,
say. When the voters come in and say something else, we're done.
Yeah, that's interesting with the budget committee, because
Because
they presented
legally they
it,
have
somebody
to.
else changed it, why can't they now vote?
Can they vote yea or nay for
Yeah.
it? So that's something we might want to ask legal. What
Yeah.
happens?
Well, so they asked, the question arose at budget, they can't vote for it as a group and recommend it,
Correct.
but they can state that
They're
they are for the individual increases or the individual things. They just could not vote
Yeah.
on it because it,
And they can
Takes
feel
it
it
over
5-4
half.
or whatever they decide to do.
right,
Okay.
right. So
And
they
that-
can make a statement.
And that was a
They
common
just cannot hold a vote.
practice.
But
in the
if
past.
somebody stood up at deliberative, a resident, and added money to that, does the budget committee even have to revote?
Right, do they have to
But
vote?
that's a great question for legal, because if somebody comes in and says, we want to put hypothetically $100,000 back into the police department for a position that was taken out in order to get to the tax cap, that we need, right, because it's already an appointed one, if someone does that, what happens? That's the part we need to know. Can the budget committee, because the proposed budget's their budget.
Mhm.
So now we're changing their budget. What is their legality behind the changed budget?
Well,
Do they vote? Do they not
they
vote?
need to vote? I don't think they need to vote because the one group that can go over the tax cap is the residents. So anything the residents want to add.
So I think that'd be interesting to
think they
know,
have
to
to.
allow them to know at deliberative if they do have to re-vote in something or not.
Well,
Because
don't
we
have to
have to
revote.
put it
Have
on
you ever
our
seen them
warrant.
revote?
We've seen them,
Never.
Yeah, they changed.
yes, we have. We've
Yeah.
seen them on warrant articles.
Yeah,
They've re-voted because it got the
Got
breadth of it
changed.
got changed.
The method got changed.
Got changed,
The-
right? Because you
the-
can't
the
change.
language
You
got
can't
changed.
change. You can't change the spirit of it, but you can change the dollar value. You can change a lot of things to it. So there's been times where we've had to re-vote on a warrant article, and the budget committee's had to re-vote on a warrant article. So usually, what Article 1 is well, the election officer Article 2 is the proposed budget. So what happens if somebody changes the proposed budget of the budget committee?
I'm gonna ask.
Because we'll need to know that, because at deliberative, if that does happen in some situation, because I keep hearing rumors that people are gonna try to change things, what happens?
The other side is, when you go to deliver session and the people are there and they're gonna vote, the vote is there, that's it, okay? It's not what we have written. If they wanna change it, they can do it.
Correct, but we have to vote vote on their changes.
We can vote on them, fine, but we lose.
It doesn't matter, we still have to have our vote on the ballot.
Yeah, but
Because what happens is, if they reword it, right, it still goes to ballot reworded,
you're
and
saying,
our vote has to be
if
on
the
that.
folks there say we wanna do this and we don't agree, we gotta look at the.
We can
thing
vote
and sit
against
back.
it.
We vote against it, but it
Correct.
still goes on the ballot as is.
It goes on as the change was with our new vote.
Yeah.
So that's the part we need to understand.
Okay, I see,
Yeah,
I
for
see
some
what you're
reason
coming.
I was thinking it,
I don't think it flies, but that's beside the point.
the vote is on the original, but you're saying when you come back from deliberative, if the article's been changed,
We vote at
you
deliberative.
revote.
We go into a meeting at deliberative,
We've
bless
done
you.
that, we've done that as well.
Many times, yeah, we've gone into a meeting, a public meeting at deliberative, and we voted.
And you lose because the majority wins.
Well, you don't, I mean, just because
No,
they
we just
change
vote
it,
whether
we
to
can
support
still, we can still say yay or nay to it.
Yeah,
Recommend.
that's not
You
the.
can recommend or
the-
not recommend it. So that's the part we need to know, because I've never seen anybody change the budget before, the proposed budget. Warrant articles, we see that every single year,
In the
but
old days, you see it all the time.
proposed budget,
Right.
the big question, because that's the budget committee's budget under the tax cap.
Miss those days.
Now, if citizens make it go over the tax cap, can the budget committee
Yeah,
still vote for it or not? So
I'm
that-
really
that-
interested in whether they can or not, because
Correct.
I think the budget committee is still
I think by
under
RSA,
the constraint of the tax cap,
Correct.
regardless of whether the residents added it or not.
because at that point, if, let's just hypothetically say, once again, somebody added $100,000 to it, now the proposed budget is over the default budget, and if they can't vote in favor of the proposed budget, right, now they're going against it, so now it's default versus proposed.
It would be interesting to know, because it's no longer their budget once the
What's the
legislative
last
body
Once the
changes.
citizens change it, correct? So it's
Yeah.
like, what happens? So I think that's something we need to know for the budget committee prior to deliberative.
Okay. I'll find out. I know that Mitchell is closed on Friday, so I'll reach out tomorrow morning. So, because I'm sure Budget Committee meets again on January 5th.
Yeah.
The agenda's out.
They're
so-
probably closed Friday, Monday.
Yeah.
That's what I would think.
So I'll find out tomorrow.
Because I'm interested in on how that is, you know, how that all works.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting, no matter how, because the voters have the last say.
Yeah.
Well, no matter what, they have the last say when they go to the polls, but it comes down to we as elected officials, we have to recommend or not recommend certain motions, changes, and so forth.
Right, but it still goes on the ballot as recommended by the polls. We agree, but don't agree, you know what I'm saying?
Well, it depends on when it gets changed, we're gonna vote again, so we'll come on how we feel about the amendment to the warrant article.
I mean, you could have it.
Elected the next year.
You could have an amendment to the proposed that made perfect sense, you know, at deliberative, and when it gets to the ballot, now proposed is higher than the default. And they
Correct.
go
And that's the
for
rest of the taxpayers who
default.
didn't show up to the delivered session.
Yeah.
doing it.
Right, so I mean, it's,
Because we get, what, 50 people and 25 of them town employees? I mean, that's been historical.
it's democracy
This,
at its
the new
best.
voting method they have now, it's all about whoever goes to vote. Anything that happens prior to that is it's not necessary. Go in, vote, do what you want. Okay.
So do we want to talk about the fire engine replacement now, or do we want to talk about that when we get to the warrant articles? Do we want to step through, and when we get to that one, we can have,
I don't want a new fire truck. We don't need it.
So, the budget adjustments are are just there. And I think the next thing, is the letter from the
Yeah, that's after the
It
reductions.
is, okay.
from
Yeah.
interim chief, and I included the whole letter as interim chief wrote it. I thought it had a lot of very good information, kind of gave everyone an update. But if anyone has any questions on it, I would rather he speak to it. And I'm sure that there may be questions on January 5th.
Yeah. I mean, I think it was a great letter. I'm just asking, do we want to start walking through the warrant articles when we get to the one for the fire truck? Do we want to let interim chief speak to it at that point, or do we want to skip ahead and just speak to that one? I'm comfortable either way.
Whatever the board chooses.
Oh, they're here. Might as
They're
well let
here,
them talk,
Yeah?
Give us your spiel.
Where'd Ed go?
I'm sorry.
Never mind.
So,
Doug, that's a big folder.
I didn't know what you're going to be asking, so I brought everything.
There's a kitchen sink in there.
It looks that way. I mean, that's a big folder.
Looking for nachos.
Ed asked me he goes, are you bringing all of that?
Anybody would ask the same question.
So I guess
For the people watching, can you just give a overview of that letter, just so everybody can
Sure.
understand, like the history of the equipment and so forth?
okay.
Here we go again.
Yeah, so I'll try to abbreviate the best that I can.
Thank you.
So there's been a lot of question about the need for how many fire trucks that we have on the department. Why do we, can we get rid of some? Why do we have what we have? There is a system and there's a methodology to how a fire department works. It works by each community, so what's in Litchfield may not be in Hudson or in Londonderry. For the structures and type of fire hazard that we have here in town, we're required to provide 3,500 gallons of water a minute to sustain the type of buildings that we have in town. In order to do that, we have to have 3 engines, each with a minimum of 1,000 gallon per minute pump. In order to get to 3,500, our minimum pump size is 1,250. So basically, with 3 engines, we're coming out with 3,750 for water supply. So when people say we have a reserve engine or a backup engine, we don't. When there's a fire in this community, every piece of fire apparatus that the town owns is used at a fire in order to be able to meet the demand of what we need to sustain. And it doesn't matter whether we have fire hydrants. When you're in the city, fire hydrants are 300 feet apart, so they're around every corner. In our community, because when we first started getting fire hydrants, Southern New Hampshire Water was just kind of dropping them wherever because the town didn't want them. So we have some hydrants that are more than 1,000 feet apart.
Thank you.
And we have some hydrants that are now within 700 feet. So we carry extra hose, but if there's a fire somewhere, it's time consuming to lay the necessary amount of hose from a hydrant. So also with having the hydrants, you need to have extra water. So that's why our trucks have a minimum of 1,000 gallons of water on them. So that way, if you have a car fire, you can take care of that. But if you have a house fire, you have a small room and contents fire, hopefully with the water we're bringing with the 3 trucks we have in the tanker, we can take care of a small room fire.
You won't have to run lines to the hydrants.
Correct. In the city fire trucks, by comparison, Nashua and Manchester, they only run 500 gallons of water in their trucks. And the trucks that go on the highway, in case there's a car fire, have about 750 gallons of water. They don't need as much because they have plenty of water with the hydrant systems that they have. The other thing is, every time I hear the budget committee or anybody talk about the fire trucks, everybody's talking about when their house catches on fire. Great examples, we just had Thursday day, the storm that we had. The 2 engines, the forestry truck, and the utility and the command vehicle were all on the road all day long, going for power lines down, we tried to keep the smaller trucks, the utility and the forestry, you know, to block roads and whatnot, but the engines were running all day long for calls. So I think what some people don't understand, because it's a fire truck, that we do all types of different calls, propane, carbon monoxide, water problems, water rescues, so there's, you know, medical calls. The trucks are our toolbox. We have to be prepared for any type of emergency. So we have water rescue, rappelling equipment, auto extrication equipment. Everything is all on those trucks. And if one truck is out at a call, you have to have a backup to it. So for medical, the rescue goes out first. If the rescue is tied up on a call, engine one or the first due engine has the same medical stuff that the rescue has on it, so you can handle two of the same types of emergency at the same time. So that's why we have what we have. We have engines, we have one tanker, and the tanker basically is used for those longer runs that we have between hydrants.
How much is the tanker?
How much water?
How much water are you carrying?
2,500 gallons.
Small one, okay, thank you.
What I wanted to bring up is, so right now, the fleet age, the oldest truck is the tanker. It's, starting next week, will be 32 years old. It's in relatively good shape, because it doesn't go to as many things as the engines do. The engines are what get the wear and tear. Engine 2, which is a truck that we need to replace, is 28 years old. Engine 4, which is currently out being repaired, is 22 years old. And engine 1 that just got fixed is 20 years old. And then our rescue truck is 25, but it doesn't carry water, doesn't have as much wear and tear on it. So prior to everything going on, excuse me, prior to everything going on back from 1992 to 2004, the fire department had an apparatus replacement program. So the useful life of a fire truck by NFPA standard is 25 years. Most fire departments either do a 10, 15, or 20-year replacement program. The town of Londonderry replaces their trucks every 10 years. But it's because they have more trucks. So they have more, they have more trucks, so it takes them longer to get to replacing the truck. They're not replacing a 10-year-old truck, they're replacing a 20-year-old truck. Litchfield, we have 4 pieces of apparatus. We include the tanker. So if every 5 years a truck gets replaced, and you start with the oldest truck, then every 5 years that you're replacing a truck, you're replacing a 20-year-old truck. So we started our replacement program in '92. Then we waited 4 years. We spec'd our next truck because they're all custom built. We got approval by the town to purchase a truck. So we took the payment of the first truck that we bought. So say the truck way back when was $51,000 a year. At the end of the 4th year, going on the 5th year, we come before the Board of Selectmen, say we'd like to purchase a new fire truck. It's $180,000, and we need an extra $3,000 compared to the last truck we bought to keep that same lease purchase payment. And so instead of trying to come up with the full lump sum of the purchase of the truck, you're adding on to the payment of the truck. So the taxpayer is only incurring a $2,000, $3,000, whatever the increase is of the payment. So we did that for the life cycle of all the current fleet that we have now. So when we got to the 20-year mark, and we were supposed to replace the next truck, the fire station that we were in down on Charles Bancroft Highway was so small, and as fire trucks were developed, our trucks couldn't be over 112 inches high because it was an older building with 10-foot doors. So we were regulated to having no more than 112 inches in height. So therefore, the truck had to be longer or even a little wider in order to fit into the building. over the course of the 20-year replacement of the trucks that we had, we ended up where very slowly by attrition, a truck would end up outside because the new fire truck would come in, something wouldn't fit, so we'd take the forestry pickup and put it outside. The next year, the big forestry ended up outside after, every time we replaced a truck. When we came to ask for the fire station and we started really actively asking for a fire station, we had 5 vehicles sitting outside, which to anybody that lives in town, hey, my car sits outside, I don't have a garage, but our vehicles have water in them. And even in the winter, 2 weeks ago, we had a brush fire on Page Road. So you can get brush fires if there's no snow. Our trucks, we had to empty the water out of them, but you never get all the water out. And usually what ends up happening is in the springtime, we were spending money to replace valves and things that froze and split. So the whole reason for asking for the fire station and stopping our apparatus replacement program is we had no place to put a new truck. It made no sense to ask the taxpayer for a new truck when you didn't have a place to properly put it. The trucks that were sitting outside ended up rusting over the 5 years that they sat outside, which we just got a new military truck. The one that we had absolutely no rust on it. And after the 5 years that it was out there, we had holes all over it from rust from it just sitting out in the driveway. So when we came up again for that replacement program, Chief Schofield, when he was the chief, to try and buy time for the town because we had gone through 2 or 3 default budgets, Chief Schofield, one of the biggest things that we do, and most communities do, is medical calls. All we had was our engines for going to medical calls. Lots of wear and tear. They don't get great gas mileage. So he had found out from the town of Londonderry at the time that they were getting rid of their rescue truck. We got a great deal on it. He made a deal with the Board of Selectmen at the time that if the town would give us $50,000 to buy the truck, he would wait 3 years to ask for the next replacement fire truck, because we were going to use that rescue truck that's got a plastic body on it and use it to respond to medical calls. And it got double the gas mileage. It got like 11 miles to the gallon. So we went those 3 years. So we had a replacement program. It was working out great. It wasn't putting a burden onto the town every time we came. And it's not a automatic when I come in and I talk to you or talk to the townspeople that we're automatically going to get a fire truck. We still have to go through the same process. We still have to get approval from the board and from the residents. And if somebody says no that year, we're only pushing off a purchase for a year. Say we're like the situation we're in now, you push it off for a year. But we're not pushing it off for 10 or 15 or 20 years. So the situation that we're in now is that instead of buying the town 3 years from the last time we had a truck purchase, we've gotten 10 years. So we've been 10 years that we've been out of cycle. And actually the last truck that we got, engine 1, was an emergency replacement because a truck that was supposed to be next in line to get replaced 3 years later had a catastrophic failure of the water tank, and we were forced to go out and buy an emergency purchase of a fire truck. So the truck that we got at a show down in Marlborough, Mass at the time, because it didn't really fit our bill, but we made it fit our bill because that's what they had. Mm-hmm. So that's where we're at with the replacement program. I will tell you that I know we've talked about buying used vehicles, and since that last time that I've spoken to some of you about a truck that we saw out in South Carolina, there was one truck that actually came up again yesterday, and Paul called on it, and the truck already had 42 fire departments that were looking into it, and it had just gotten posted. It was a 5-year-old truck, which lends me to wonder if something's wrong with it. You had to put 20% down just to come look at it. and you wouldn't get your money back, and it was gonna be $500,000. So there is nothing out there.
You say, man, you had to put 20% down to go look at something you're gonna buy.
You have to buy it, unless,
Which company is this? I wanna know forever.
well, that's what they're doing right now. So it's weird because it's a conglomerate of used fire truck companies. So you call one company, because you see it on their site,
They're crooks.
and they say, oh no, we're showing it for this company, and then come to find out 5 phone calls later, it's a different company that has the truck, but they're all working together to help sell trucks.
Yeah, they're a bunch of crooks.
But they can be, because there's a demand.
Right.
That's, they're playing the game.
Correct.
Okay, so that means they're crooks.
The town of Hudson has 3 ambulances. One's been out of service since June because they're missing a diesel filter that they cannot find. They've done a nationwide search for this filter for their ambulance, can't find one. So they've been running 2 ambulances, even though they got a brand new ambulance sitting at Londonderry Ford that's been there since June. And now they finally were able to get a loaner from Pelham. So you might see a Pelham ambulance in town, and it's Hudson using Pelham's ambulance.
Saw that.
Yeah.
It's over
You
on
tell me
Library
that
Street
they
is
can't
where
get a
they keep it.
part.
They can't get a part.
The part come from China?
Part's not made. Part doesn't come from somewhere. But yeah,
You can get parts made in here. There's something wrong with the system right now.
yeah. So that's where we're at with it, as far as the truck replacement. You know, the fleet was doing well up until this past year, and all of a sudden, just like anything else, all the little gremlins have surfaced in this last year. 48,000 for engine 1. Would you say for engine 4 now?
23?
23, yeah.
23, and in the report that I just got, I had them check all the pumps and everything. The pump packing on engine 4 that they have now is at they were just barely able to make an adjustment of it, which means the next time that needs work,
Change the packing.
we're going to have to do another pump job on it at the tune of $35,000 to $40,000. So, which is in,
Where are you getting the estimates from? Which outfit?
from Bulldog, which actually used to be E.J. Murphy, that we got the original Pierce from. So, and they're the dealer for KME. They're the servicer for KME down in
All
Hopkinton.
the pump
Mass.
guys around there, you check with their prices?
Oh yeah, if W.D. Perkins, a pump job is anywhere from 30 to
I know.
45,000.
Bill will be there.
Yeah. So anyways, that's where we're at. We're at the point where there's 2 trucks that probably in the foreseeable future will need pump jobs. I also did ask again about engine 2, because that also needs a pump job that I had mentioned before. And they said that we could bring it down for an evaluation, but basically based on its age, that it's over 25 years, and just the technology, the safety factor and everything that's in there, they said it's not worth putting the money into it. And in the meantime, the price of the fire truck went up. I think it's $32,000.
It just keeps climbing, yeah.
Yeah, over last year.
It always will, no matter what, in this market.
I sit here, like, last 5 years, being a selectman, coming up with 5 years. 4 years we've been talking about fire truck. You know, we've pushed it 1 year. You know, at the time, Frank did it for Brent Lemire and so forth. And we're to the point now that we're still 2 years out. If we said yes today and the voters said yes to it, we're still 2 years out. I mean, I think we're really to the point that we really need some new apparatus. You know, my thought process is, do we take some of the opera funds, put it towards it, pay the first 2 years worth of payments, because it's gonna take us 2 years before we get it. Therefore, there's no tax burden to the resident for 2 years. Right? And then as soon as we take receipt of it in 2 years, that's when it starts hitting the residents. I think it's one of those things, I think we as a board need to bring forth once again, as of last year when we brought it forth, and it didn't pass, but I think once again, we need to do it, and I think we try to make it so that the impact to the residents is not as great as it would be, because the price just keeps going up. I mean, if we push this again, the next time it comes forth, a year from now, it's gonna be $1 million.
Yeah. I also did look into refurbishment. I asked both Bulldog and I asked E1. So conservatively, total refurbishment of a truck, it starts you at about $250,000 per truck. Because they redo all the paint, they take everything apart and go through everything from soup to nuts. But then they also caution that when the truck is over 25 years old, unlike our cars, when you buy a car and they stop making a car, usually for 10 or 20 years, you can get replacement parts. Fire trucks aren't like that. So the only thing that I guaranteed to get parts for would be the Cummins diesel engine,
yeah.
because that's what most fire trucks and everybody is using now is Cummins diesels. But they were saying that even if you were to do a refurbishment, some of the older trucks' electrical systems can't handle the new technology that's out there. And NFPA 1912, if you refurbish a truck, you have to follow the standard for refurbishment of the truck.
Under NFPA rules, not under mechanical rules.
Right, but that's what the fire service goes by is
I
NFPA
know.
rules.
They control themselves. No, you buy a car, NFPA does not control that,
That's true.
okay? But if you want to buy a fire truck, they're going to tell you what to put in it. I have a problem with that. I always have. You know, Doug. And I'm not that loud about it, okay?
But they control the NEC, the actual electrical code too. I mean, they control a lot of codes.
Right.
True, but not exactly on the end. The fire department do not do that. The fire department does not deal with the NEC
But I'm just saying the NFPA governs a lot of different bodies.
to their own protection.
Correct.
So anyways, there is a lot to do in refurbishing. You have to look at the year of the truck and whether it can handle the different types of replacement parts that would be put on it or different electronics that are put on it. And then there's still the safety factor. The truck that we have now, if it rolls over, it's going to crush the cab and kill whoever's in it. Versus the new trucks that have reinforced cabs that are made for rolling over. They've got airbags, protection. All the newer trucks, when you get over a certain horsepower, if you take a corner too fast, it automatically cuts the power to the truck so you can't roll the truck over. So there are all kinds of new protections that are built and safety factors built into the newer trucks.
So we're protecting the stupid people who can't drive a truck.
It's like with any vehicle, I guess.
Yeah, my car doesn't have that, my truck doesn't have it, why am I doing that? Oh wait, you're waiting to come see me on the side of the road.
I sent you a link today that Joe Cabral had sent me from Fire Truck Mall.
Yep.
It's got a list of vehicles there, low mileage. Some of them look fairly decent. I think you're looking for a pumper, right?
Right, so the thing that we're looking for is at least 1,500 gallons of water
Yeah.
Yep.
with at least a 1250 pump.
So,
So-
but I sent it to your email, so just,
Okay.
if you would, take a look at it.
Sure.
Because, I mean,
Joe's been
a
doing
fire
it for a
truck is, I mean, it's a very important and a very needed thing. We have a lot of people with their hands out right now wanting things, and I'm very concerned about where our tax rate's going. Between the school and the town's projects, and, you know, we still have another 16 years over there. We got an LMS project that's gonna be 20 years out, and should have been a bond, but it's not, and then they're gonna ask for a new school coming up, and I'm very, very concerned about where this town is going.
Big picture is
tax
not
rate
good
wise,
right
yeah. And, you know, the CIP plan, which is it's a good working model, really what it is, it's a wish list for buying a lot of new stuff. And we have to, as a board, we have to sit here and look at
big
what,
list.
not only a big list, but how do we prioritize what we're gonna spend money on or recommend to the voters, and how are we gonna space it out? Because if we take everything, I think their plan was 5 years? 5 years?
Six, I think.
6 years.
Right.
I mean, there's a ton of spending on here for 6 years. And I'm concerned with people being forced out of town. Can't afford to live in Litchfield anymore. Maybe been here for as long as you, or longer.
So I look at it, I think we need to strip every warrant article except for two. And the two I think we need is the fire engine, and I think we need the weekend coverage. Both are public safety, and that's the main thing we have to go look at is public safety. Other than that, library, I think there's other ways we can take care of that. I think there's ways we can take care of, we're still gonna have to fund, no matter what happens, the fire apparatus repair fund. I think we need that. I think we should use ARPA funds to do that. But I think this year, looking at the taxpayer, we need to strip every possible thing we can of warrant articles, because we don't know what's going to happen going forward with inflation and so forth. I mean, people are saying 8% going forward, and with a $175,000 tax cap, I mean, we can't do anything. People can't do it. But I think those are the two most needed things we have going forward from a public safety standpoint. So those are the two I think we really need to push for. And the rest of them, I think we find another way to go do it, off book. I think the fire engine, we could easily give $300,000 of ARPA funds to, pay the first 2 years worth of funding for it, so it doesn't hit the taxpayer for a couple of years. When we take receipt of the fire engine itself, right, then they start hitting it.
But I think that kicks the can, though.
It kicks the can, but I mean, it's something that was needed. I mean, as I said, for 5 years I've been a selectman so far, and for 4 years of that, we have talked about a fire truck. I mean, it's a need. Everybody knows it's a need. You talk to every past chief that we've had, they're all saying it's a need. I think it's one of those things that we have to do.
I think we all agree.
It's horrible that we have to do it, because it's going to raise taxes, which is the last thing we want to do to a lot of families that live in this town, especially people who are on fixed incomes and so forth. But, you know, it's that balance between public safety and taxes. It's like, what do we need to go do? What's a need and what's a want? And I think both of those two articles that are in front of us are needs, not wants. You know, I think those, for me, are the two strongest ones moving forward.
I know as far as the weekend coverage, I mean, I'll go back to, I watched the budget committee meeting, and somebody was talking about, well, my house burns down, let the house burn down. It's a volunteer fire department, which I'll be honest with you, a lot of guys took offense to, because.
And they should.
They should. I mean, it was a tough comment. Saved my neighbor, not my house. It was a tough comment.
I mean, I think we've been very diligent in this town, and we've been very fortunate with the call department that we've had. And any fire that we haven't been able to control was well beyond us before we even got the call. And, you know, there was nothing we were going to do for it. But the thing that people, again, everybody attaches the word fire. Well, let's not forget your grandmother choking on a chicken bone on Thanksgiving, or God forbid, your child having an anaphylactic reaction. Minutes count.
You respond more than just fire. It's every emergency thing that happens, you respond to.
And on the weekend, that's where we're having trouble. We're having trouble because I can't pay guys to stay in town.
Well, I mean, society's changed, right? People just don't work in town, staying in town. There's people out of town who are doing it. Their children have more sporting events and so forth, so it's tough to get coverage.
Right.
But if you can give per diem so somebody's there to protect our residents, that's what we need.
Right. And the majority of the calls we get on the weekend are for the most part, medical, that if two guys are there Saturday and two guys are there Sunday, between them and the ambulance, they're going to mitigate whatever that call is. And then it takes the burden off of the force and gives them a little relief. Because the guys right now, we're up 10% from last year. We're trending. And most of the departments I contacted today, they're 5 and 10% higher than they were last year. On average, the Londonderry Fire Department, either one of their ambulances, they're doing an average of 12 to 14 calls a shift. And when you spend an average of a half hour to an hour at the hospital, those 2 ambulances are pretty much gone all day long, and they're relying on one station to protect the rest of the community.
All I got to say about that, it's all about population. The more the town grows, the more calls you get. The bottom line. I was a call firefighter for 3 years, and a medic picking up the dead. Okay, and I had to say it in that nice way. Okay, but the calls are more and more. You're not getting volunteers who want to work anymore. Okay, who want to be here for the week. I will agree with that. What I have to disagree with it is the number of calls in relation to what's going on based off what's required to go, okay? I look at Hudson, who has an ambulance service that comes here all the time, right? And Londonderry sweeps down the south end and the north end of town all the time.
Well, Hudson comes, yes.
Yeah, I see Londonderry come in once in a while too, because they're too busy, Hudson. But it's all based off population. Your number of calls is based off the population. I grew up here. I don't think anybody moved into towns, but the woods are full. Since the woods became full, we've had more calls and more things to do. Okay?
It's not just the population, but it's the age of the population.
Correct.
Too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's in my family is just 2 people, and we've both taken ambulance rides, and in my life, I have very seldom taken an ambulance ride. But in the past 6 months, we've taken those ambulance rides. My wife says she turned 70, and all of a sudden things went downhill. And so it's the mix.
The mix between the age and the density.
Right. But the problem that we're having is, like, right now, Hudson's been down to just 2 ambulances, and they're running constantly. And for the most part, the ambulance we're getting is coming from Lowell Road. So they're coming from the south end of Hudson.
Market Basket
Area.
Station.
Yeah, the new Lowell Road station. And so it takes them a while to get here. Our guys, we've got all the equipment on the trucks, but we're running, and I just told Kim, in the last month alone, we're running simultaneous calls, and we're running back-to-back minutes apart calls. And there's only 2 of us there during the daytime. So it's very hard on us, and it's hard on our call guys, because back in the day, you would have maybe 2 calls in a week. Well, we're averaging, well, I can tell you, we used to average 32 calls in a month. Then we were up to 62. We're now trending 80 calls a month. We've been extremely busy.
Basically, they're medical, right?
I'm sorry?
Basically, they're all medical, right?
No, they're actually, it's a 60-40 split.
We really are an all hazards department.
We actually do a lot more of other calls. And the problem that we're having is it's the same. So you always have, out of 30 guys, you only have usually 10 or 12 active guys. Well, those same guys are the only ones that, are going to everything. And they're not, I won't say they're getting burnt out, but they're getting tired because they've got regular jobs on top of us.
They're working at home, but they can't be home.
Right.
We have 121 new families moving in between the 2 developments that have already been approved. I'm hearing of another big one, very big. Population's going to be here.
Are they willing to, whoever that developer is willing to offset the cost for the fire department?
That's impact
I
fees.
just want to say that.
Impact, but I'm just saying, if you're talking about population,
I know.
approved right now is 121 homes.
Yeah.
And there's no easy answers, I mean, it's not hard to see what's happening, and
I mean, I will say, if you know, we went back a few years, if you look at the municipal tax rate, it is evident that this board, past boards, have done everything possible to keep that municipal tax rate low. I mean, when you compare it to other communities across the state, it's quite remarkable that you are where you are, especially with now being hit with the cost of inflation and just the growth that you have already experienced. So, I mean, the municipal portion of the tax rate is solid. I mean,
Yeah, that's because of the tax cap we're restricted by.
But on top of that, I think we've always been good stewards of the taxpayers' monies. I mean, the 5 years I've sat here, we've done a hell of a job trying to keep the tax rate low, looking at it, peeling it back to everything we possibly could.
Only because we're forced by the tax cap.
I won't say that. I mean, that's kind of insulting to say that. I mean, we do it because we
Really?
care. We're a worker here. I mean, why would I want to drive it up as a taxpayer in this community to pay more taxes? We're
Nothing
good
is-
stewards of it. Yes, maybe the $175,000 we're at is something that keeps us on the side going, okay, you gotta keep under this. But as a resident, why wouldn't I want to keep it low? Why wouldn't I want to be a good steward of the taxpayers' dollars?
Nothing about being a good steward here. It's because we're restricted.
You're telling me,
Babe,
Kevin,
babe.
if you weren't restricted, you'd be spending like a drunken sailor.
I won't say that. You're
Well,
right.
that's what you're.
No, I'm
saying
not
right
implying that. We have been restricted, okay, and I understand the reason why, okay? But the problem is, growth has gone more than the restriction.
And we've done a good job to keep it under the restriction with
Kept
the
it-
growth.
Yeah, for a long, okay?
So
I'm
we've
not
done a
denying
good
that.
job as boards over the years.
Yep.
And I mean, seriously, since I sat here for 5 years now, I mean, it's been the number one thing to keep the tax rate low. I mean, that's what we care about, is the residents of this community and keeping taxes as low as possible and giving the services that they require for this community.
That's why.
So to say that we're keeping it low just because of a tax cap, no. I think everyone who sits on this board, who's been elected now and in the past, has always been a good steward of the money of the
I'm
taxpayer.
not denying that, but what I'm saying now, the tax cap is causing a larger restriction for any regional growth, because you can't go over the tax cap.
Well, we never could go over the tax cap. It's
I
harder
understand
now because if you looked at our budget this year, if you looked at contractual, you looked at utilities, and you looked at sand, that already put us over the tax cap.
Correct.
So
and
it
that's
made it even
common
tighter
sense.
this year in order to do it. And I think in the next 2 years, it's probably going to be even more difficult to go do it if we don't address the tax cap. But I think this board and every board prior to this board, which a good hunk of us have sat on, we have been a great steward of the money, of the taxpayers' money, which goes back to what Ms. Kleiner just said.
And I'm going back to this, what I said before, and I said it at the previous meetings, we got to address that tax cap.
We should address it, we should be addressing it this year.
Correct.
When I hope we will address it this year. I mean, it's something we need to go do. It's too bad we can't tie it to the consumer index and so forth, but we're gonna have to do something for it. And I mean, and it may be something we have to address every single year, right? Because we don't want to say 5% this year, right? And then hypothetically, inflation doesn't go up the 8% that we think it's going to go. It only goes up 3%, so maybe it's only 4% next year. So it might be one of those warrant articles that we're going to have to address every single year on a tax cap
That's the
standpoint.
that's the medium idea, correct.
it is very unfortunate
Yeah.
that SB2 towns do not have the
Flexibility.
flexibility, thank you, Kevin, to address and fix it to an economic factor. I think one of the reasons for that, and I think we would need more, probably, research done on the actual discussions in the legislature, is that you do have the ability to change it every year because you go to deliberative and you have the
Yep.
taxpayers there to actively have the conversation.
Yep.
Where in these other entities, the only way for them to change a tax cap is to get a percentage of the voters and put it on the ballot, and it's a very hard process to do.
You know, in my personal opinion is I don't want it to be that we're trying to get around it or anything. It's how do we get it to equate to something that's actually happening in society, right? How do we get it back to the consumer price index, right? If it's going to be 8%, all right, let us have 8% next year. If next year or the year after that it's -1, let's go -1. Let's just keep it a very fluid thing that we can tie it to something that every year when we sit down to deliberate, we can say, well, this year it's 2% because it's tied to this. It's 8% because it's tied to this. It's -1% this year because it's tied to this, what's going on in the environment. So, I mean, I think it's something we really need to sit here and address. And that 175, and I, talking to past selectmen, when they put it in, it was never supposed to be a fixed value forever. It was something they did, and it was supposed to be something you looked at every couple of years saying, what do we want to do with the tax cap? You know, it was almost tied back to Proposition
It's the first time I've heard that.
in Massachusetts back in the day. You know?
Steve?
Because that 175 was a certain percentage of the
Budget
taxes
at the time it was.
Right.
But they felt that
Not
people
that
wouldn't
same.
understand percentage as much as a fixed dollar, so they brought a fixed dollar forth in order to go do it. So, I mean, it's something we've saddled with, and until we hit into the environment we're in now, it hasn't really impeded us as much as it has now. So it's something we need as a board to go and address.
So we got a warrant article going in to address that this year?
Hopefully,
Good,
hopefully this board will bring something forth that will address that.
thank you.
But then on top of that, I mean, I sit here and say, I think we need to peel back almost every other warrant article because I'm very concerned about the taxpayers in our community. I mean, because we're getting hit with a lot of things coming up, and, you know, if you
No, I
sit there and
agree.
you look at the budget committee, and I know Mr. Leary took a lot of abuse on the budget committee about everything that's going on, I think we need to sit here and look at it and say,
Loves that.
what are the stuff we need to bring forth? You know, and I look at it and I think that the fire truck and the time going over public safety issues, and I think those are the two that we really need to push forward. I would say that human health services is something we should always put forth because it's, do people want to give to those? And then
Groups.
the other articles that are sitting before us, I mean, I'm thinking here saying, do we take ARPA funds and fund those this year to take it off the burden of the taxpayer? Instead of raising and appropriating, what do we go and do? You know, how do we take the burden off every individual? You know, still meet the needs of our community, but take the burden off them. You know, and I love the CIP did what they did, and they came forth and said, you know, use ARPA for this, this, and this. But at this point, are those the points where we want to go and use ARPA funds? I think this year, maybe even next year, we got to look at the taxpayer. You know, what's going to impact them.
We were looking at the
It's going to
taxpayer
get tough.
for
It's
years.
going to be a tough winter for a lot of people who live paycheck to paycheck.
Well, I think the ARPA fund should only be used for one-time expenditures.
And I agree.
Not like the Health and Human Services, we do that
Nope,
every year.
I don't think, I think that should be,
We do that every year.
I think we do that every year, we put that forth, but I mean, like the one for the fire department, right? To replenish vehicles, so if all of a sudden you don't get a warrant article passed for a new truck, we need the monies in that fund
Yep.
to fix them. So I think that's a great place for ARPA funds. The same with, you know, there's a couple other ones, we use that. But other than that, like the library, I mean, I think it's great that we have to have a plan for the library moving forth, but I don't think this is the year to go do it. So maybe we don't carry forth that warrant article.
I would agree with that.
But we pay for the other warrant articles out of ARPA, and we only put forth the ones that are really important for public safety and for this community. That's how I look at it when I look at all of them, is what we need to do moving forward. And on top of it, we gotta be really conscious about what's happening to the taxpayer in this community. We don't wanna price people out of this town. I mean, we've had people who live in this town 80, 90, 100 years. We don't want them to leave, if not more, right? I mean, your family's been there how many years?
As long as he is old.
Since the dirt.
Yeah. That's why there's no family tree, it's just a trunk that goes up.
There's a branch.
Yeah. But I mean, that's how I look at all the budget moving forward this year. And I know we have to get into all those and talk about it, but those are the two that I really support moving forward. That I think we need from a public, service standpoint. It's been in front of me for 4 years, and I think we have to once again bring it forth, let the public do it. But how as a board can we fund that to make it less for the taxpayer? And I think if we put hypothetically $300,000 in opera funds for the truck, do 2 years worth of payments, so now it's not a tax burden until the truck is actually received by this community.
Once we get it 2 years after, I just don't understand the way that the economy's working today in relation to getting things done.
It's
ridiculous.
It's a very tough environment.
Their fault. I mean,
I know.
It's the world we live in. It's the world we live in from a professional
We created
standpoint,
because we have no
so,
help.
I mean,
We're not allowed the people to come work here.
but
I would urge you to at least look at that link that I sent you, Doug.
Oh, I
and
absolutely will.
Try to work with us. I mean, we
Yep.
want to work with you. We want to get you something.
and we want to give you the tools you guys need to do the job that you do, because you guys do a great job. And the worst thing I want to see is one of you guys get hurt because we gave you a poor tool, right? We want to give you the best tools to take care of our community.
I mean, the other option, like we've talked about before, is even if I look at that list and there's a great truck there, we have to be able to have something available to us so that we can call right up, and if we're lucky caller number one, we get the opportunity to buy
But the
the
worst part
truck.
is you can put
And
20%
that's where
down.
the ARPA fund comes in.
Right, but you could put 20% down and lose the truck. I mean, now you're just throwing money away, and it's.
You
when
and I
look-
talked about that.
Yeah, and when you look at the dollar value of it, $600,000, you're damn close to a new truck. Right? So it's like,
Well, that's what I was saying, is that last truck that I have in here was 18 years old, so the same as engine one that we just put $48,000 in, and they wanted almost $500,000 for it,
Crooks.
and same age truck. The only difference is it was down south, so maybe it didn't have as much, rust or
anything.
anything on it, yeah.
The water was bad, though.
Yeah. Depends on where they got the water from.
Kind of chuck.
Look at the link. Right?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
For sure.
Well, okay. Something to work with.
we went around the pound on that one.
Next.
Next, we're going to talk about the proposed warrant articles. If you guys like to stay and have more of that conversation.
Well, if you need us to stay, we'd be more than glad to.
I mean, does anybody else need to hear more from the interim chief and the deputy chief?
No, they need to get rest. I can tell by their eyes and they're tired.
They had a tough weekend.
No, I'm looking at the calls they had based off the administrator's report. This was an easy weekend they had, really. Start 11 trees down, that's all.
All right, thank you very much.
Hey, Doug, thank you for everything. Merry Christmas.
Good night,
Happy New
Doug.
Year.
Happy New Year.
Appreciate everything you guys do
New
for
Year.
us.
Thank you.
Sir, thank you. We appreciate.
Oh, there's a CO2 call, there's one.
Thank you.
Thanks. Be well.
All right, have a
Take
good
care.
night.
Bye-bye.
All right, proposed warrant articles. Ms. Kleiner.
So we'll start at the beginning. I know,
This it right here?
Chair received a
Warrant article,
email
it's in
from the budget committee.
didn't bring the
We
paper with
are slated for February 4th, 10 a.m. at the school auditorium. And LCTV has been told of that. So
See you there, Oscar.
that's
John, Oscar, you guys will be there.
It was there, John, yeah.
It's
John's
February.
always-
Do we have legal counsel?
we do have legal counsel.
We have Laura or, what's his name again?
Laura is the one that asked, so she did not say that it would not be her.
Okay, good.
So, moving right in, and just to give a little bit of an update, there's a public hearing on January 17th regarding planning. So, put those aside. We know there's the change of the Heritage Commission that they propose that will be in that. I have heard something about a home worker.
Yes, we're looking at home office, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we'll know
Say-
more about those,
Businesses, sorry.
after that.
Do you know when the budget hearing is? January,
It's on
12th?
12th?
thank you, John.
Thanks, John.
The IT guy knows everything.
Well, it's gonna be the
He
televised, so.
operates the calendar. So the article, we'll just start right with Article 4, which is the operating budget, which everyone knows. It actually, as proposed, has a tax impact of 14 cents. And then you go right into the Health and Human Services, which we already approved, was recommended by the committee for 20,600. That has a tax.
Did we vote on that? As a
Did.
collective board? All
You-
5 of us?
Well, you voted on the amount that the
4 out of 5.
committee recommended.
All right, should we take another vote this evening to make sure that we have the whole vote in there? I mean, historically, we've always liked all 5 members to be able to vote for it. When we brought it forth.
Which were we on? Human Services?
Human Services, yeah. It's 20,600 this year.
Which
I
was
was
about
not in that meeting
$1,100
because I was
less
out.
than
Less than last year, yeah.
Yes.
But I think in order to move forward, we
Yeah.
maybe should have the whole board, so we have a collective 5
I'm
people
ill.
on how it was.
Okay, I can be ill.
Okay.
Right.
I know Matt's listening, and we'll.
Did you vote?
Yeah.
Right?
So on Article 4, yeah, Article 5, Health and Human Services Agencies, shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $20,600 to support human services and health agencies providing services to the town of Litchfield. The estimated 2023 tax rate impact is 2 cents. How does everybody feel?
I don't have a problem with it because it's needed.
Yeah.
But I was not here to vote because I was out sick.
That's what I mean, that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
but
I
which
think we
is
all
fine.
should
I don't have a problem. You
So-
guys did the
We
right
didn't
thing.
vote on that.
I don't think so.
We
I don't think
didn't
we
vote
voted
on
on
that.
any of
Just
them.
looked at the list, right?
We
I think you.
we
yeah,
talked about them, but we
talked-
didn't
yeah.
vote, yeah. We ran
So I'll
through
make a
quick.
motion to approve as written.
Second.
You have a second by Ms. Queenie. Everyone in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carries 5-0-0.
I didn't want to come back to vote again.
Number 6.
6 is the fire engine lease. So when I went out to the tax
You
leasing,
don't have it?
oh,
Keep going down. Don't go too fast.
oh, we could, yeah, go back.
Just scroll down, you'll see all the warrant articles.
There we
Rich, are
go.
you good? Yes, click that one right there.
Click that one.
Yeah, you're good.
Technology sucks. Sorry, John.
So Karen brought up a good question. The budget committee hasn't voted.
No.
But do you want
Next
to go,
Thursday.
do you want to go back and vote on Article 4 in the operating budget?
Now they do
Oh,
warrant.
yeah, we
on it.
probably should,
We
right?
probably should, yeah. I
Is it gonna,
mean,
is it gonna change between now and,
Yeah, I don't know what the budget
That's
committee.
what we don't know.
yeah,
and we don't meet
They may.
before?
because I know they're gonna ask if we voted on it, because they ask you that every single time you're there.
Yeah, we can always re-vote on it after
Yeah.
too, so we
Right,
can
if they
take it up
change it.
again. But we might as well do it, so it's clean.
I mean, it's about $6,000 under the cap.
Okay.
I don't see
Right.
them.
So Article 4, operating budget, shall the town vote to raise and appropriate as an operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amount set forth in the budget posted with the warrant or as amended by the vote of the first session for the purpose set forth in the totaling of $7,713,003, shall this article be defeated, the default budget will be $7,713.
$7 million,
Oh, hold on.
All right, make your correction there.
not 7,000.
Thank you.
Hey, Karen,
$7
you make
million,
that correction yet? I see you on here.
$7,767.
Shall this article be defeated, the default budget will be $7,767,000 and
$778.
$778,
Okay,
which
can you
is the
put that
same as
correction
last
on this
year,
page?
with certain adjustment adjustments
Yeah.
required by previous action by the town of Litchfield or by law, or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 40:13.
Thank you.
X and XVI to take up issue of the revised operating budget only. Estimated 2023 tax rate impact is 14 cents.
Well, I'm glad the correction's now there.
Yeah. Had me going. So do we have a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion by Mr. Leary.
Second?
We have a second by Mr. LaSalle's. All those in favor, Mr. Leary.
Aye.
Mr. LaSalle's.
Aye.
Mr. Lynch.
Aye.
Ms. Queenan.
Aye.
I am also an aye. Motion carries 5-0.
All right, so now the,
Thank you, Karen.
Karen's quick.
Oh, no, well. I
Keeping us
just did
honest.
that, Yeah.
I'm watching her do
So
the
Article
work.
6, as written right now, is shall the town vote to authorize the selectmen into a 6-year lease purchase agreement for the sum of $453,321 for the purpose of lease purchasing a fire engine with equipment and attachments for the fire department, and raise and appropriate the sum of $109,859.31 for the first year's payments for that purchase. The lease agreement contains an escape clause. Estimated 2023 tax rate impact is 9 cents.
so the only thing I want to mention here is that 453,321 that you would be financing includes the 375 that the CIP committee recommended by
Okay.
ARPA.
Yep.
So, if that is not the board's wish, then we need to go back and we need to get a different rate from the leasing agency. I did, just so that we'd have some comparison, ask if we were financing the whole amount. So that 109 for the same, it's a 6-year period, 5 payments, the rate would be $200,210.14 if you were financing the entire amount.
So it doubles. As I stated earlier, I think we put the money towards it out of ARPA. We pay the first 2 years out of ARPA also, and we don't let it hit the taxpayer until we take a receipt of it.
Go ahead, Bob.
I don't like that.
But this SIP plan, I just want to make sure I'm understanding. It looked like we had 2 years of $0, right? Because we were waiting to pay it to arrive.
I think SIP
And
is
then it
looking
went
at it
to
the same way.
But then it went to 55,000 a year, so I don't know why you're getting a different number than this.
I'm sorry.
So we look at the SIP plan here for, under fire department, the third
I
one
think
down.
SIP used the old value of the truck, not the new value of the truck.
But it wasn't,
Yes, you did.
but we had the 375,000 for ARPA.
Mhm.
No money for 2 years because we were waiting for the truck to appear, what was being built, right?
Yep.
But when we had 55,000 per year. And then I guess we had a balance due at the end.
Yes, so when I asked the lease agency to
whole
calculate the
cost.
payments, I used the amount that the truck will be
Okay.
at.
So it wouldn't be a payoff and
March.
another after, okay.
Well,
That was
that was
just a
old
big
value.
When we would
disparity
enter
between
into the lease.
55,000 and 109,000.
Yeah. The full equipment cost at that point would be $829,222 for the truck. So,
So, okay, so you're saying you want to take 2 years of $109,000 per year? And what, knock off highway or police station, or those are the other two, we'd have to look at, that have the money to cover that?
Well, I'm looking at it right now. We just gave the tasers and we gave the IT purchases for it.
Mhm.
My thought process is this is all public safety, right? And that's where our thought should be, is public safety. I think roads is in a great shape right now. The only other thing we may need
Tobacco.
is the backhoe,
That's more important. That's used every day.
because it's
there.
used between two departments, so I think the backhoe, but that's a small dollar value. I think this is the way of lessening the tax burden on the taxpayer in accomplishing public safety, which is needed in the town. So I'm willing to forego all the other warrant articles and everything, except for, Health and Human Services. It is what it is. But I think we really need to sit here back and look and say, how do we meet the public safety of this town? And how do we use the ARPA funds for it? I mean, it was a loss of revenue, but let's use it for something we can do. I mean, we just got another grant, $181,000 for the highway department? Bridges fund?
131, yeah, 131.
So I mean, we just gave them another $181,000, so we don't need the money to help them. How can we help every other department, help our taxpayers by keeping it down? And that's where my whole mindset comes from. It's like, how do we give them public safety and not put a tax burden upon them? And I understand in 2 years there will be a tax burden for this truck, but at least at that point, it will be in use for the taxpayer.
Robert, what's your proposal?
Well, I mean, I'm hoping that Doug will go through and look through what I sent him, and maybe he finds something there. If he doesn't, I'm not totally opposed against using some ARPA funds. Using half of them, I don't know if
It's a
I'm
gift
in love
for
with
me.
that. Huh?
There's nothing but a gift, the ARPA.
Yeah,
funds.
I know, I understand that, but there's a lot of people that say they need a lot of things.
I know.
So, and the backhoe, I think, is more important right now.
But he got $100,000 grant already.
Yep.
I didn't even know about
The
that till tonight.
backhoe's-
Thank you.
It's like 100 and, yeah, I mean, if that covers that, then so be
It
it.
will. Well, this is a Ford.
I think the situation we're in with respect to fire engines and more generally, big ticket vehicles like this, it's strictly a seller's market.
Oh, yeah.
Totally a seller's market.
No way around that.
And the cost is escalating so fast. And I understand what people are buying used. At least they get it immediately.
Right away, yeah.
Where a new one, it takes them 2 years before they even see it, But the market, I mean, you can only go so far on this, on used, and then what are you getting? It's hard to figure, what are you getting? And it's totally a seller's market. I don't know. I think, in these ARPA funds are sort of bailing us out right now. But, I don't know that we have too much of a choice, And Steve's proposal with the rationale of being, we're paying off this thing until it finally gets here, and then the taxpayer has to pay for it. I understand that reasoning, and that sort of makes sense,
But you're locked in. I know what you're saying, though.
You are locked in, but you're locked in no matter what.
Which way you go, you're locked in.
I mean, if you look at everything that's on here, and the big ones are the town, and then the fire engine, and then the weekend coverage, everything adds up to almost 30 cents per assessed 1,000, which is about, $300 roughly. So if you're basing that on a $400,000 house, which they say is the median in town right now, that's a $1,200 whack on
Yeah,
taxes.
it's huge. And that.
And whatever the school's gonna put forward, I'm sure is gonna be pretty equal to that.
And I know you and I feel the same way. We have to look out for the taxpayer. I mean, I don't know
agree.
how we put that forth to them. So how do we strip back, using the gift that was given to us by ARPA, how do we strip back and not impact the taxpayer? And that's my biggest thing right now. And I look at it and I just say, I think the two biggest needs from a public safety standpoint are the engine and the coverage. The other stuff, I mean, okay, if the engine doesn't pass, let's put $60,000 worth of opera funds, right, into the fire engine repair. Because we already know the last 2 years we've needed that money in order to go forth and fix the engines we have because our apparatus is so old. I mean, it's basically a pump on wheels. You know, it's not the miles, it's the hours on those pumps.
It's not the hours on the pump. The pumps don't run much. It's practice, okay? I just want to be honest with you. We've had a lot of used fire equipment in the Litchfield Fire Department for years. Okay, when I was on, we had one new truck, 1967. They bought the first new truck. And there's a couple of Fords they bought after that. They were lime green. They're all gone, but they fit in the firehouse nicely. Okay, but today's used is not bad because of the nature of the calls that we have and not going out like a higher population. I understand they're going out more for rescue or medical calls and stuff like that, but they're not going out much for fires and stuff like that. Those trucks don't move much for that. That's my thought about it, and that's, there's pros and cons to what I just said.
But how do we pay for that? I guess is the question. We don't have monies, we have nothing sitting there, we don't have 20% to throw down, and then all of a sudden say, well, you didn't get it, but you lost 20%. I mean, where do we pay for it? That's the problem, is like, you gotta be at the right place at the right time, have the money in your pocket, be able to fly people out there and get it before anybody else does. And I just don't think our small community has the means for that or has the way to go do that. I mean, I think it's a great idea buying used if we can find something that fits the bill that we need that's relatively new, but we don't have the cash to sit back and do that. We just can't take money and park it in a fund.
And 2 years down the line, we won't have the cash to pay for it unless it comes out of the regular budget.
It's 2 years down the budget. I mean, maybe, inflation's not the way it is. We look at the tax cap, we can trust a lot of things, but right now, I mean, we need the apparatus.
We're at a crossroads too, because it's 2022, 2023. It's painful to pay for, but if this thing survives another 25, 30 years, the town doesn't need one till 2050, right?
Correct.
So that's such a gift to the town, not now, but later.
I like
You're buying
that
the
thought.
longevity.
I like that thought, Kim.
Right.
The long thinking makes sense there. Thank you.
We have one that's 32 years old, 28, 26 now, so by 2050, we'll all be dead, but at least there'll be a fire truck in the fire station for the future.
And we as a community have done a great job with duct tape, baling
honest,
wire,
right?
to keep our stuff together. I mean, it's just across the board. You look at highway department, how many plow trucks we've needed and so forth. We're to the point now that we've done so long keeping the stuff that we had together. We're at a point, and it's horrible to say, but we have to go and replenish this stuff. And it's horrible for the taxpayer.
The highway department has done a great job this past few years getting themselves up to speed.
Yeah, but you gotta think back, Kevin, 3 years ago?
I know.
I mean, they were in a disarray. I mean, they had the big orange trucks. They had the one white truck. Other than that, I mean, they had nothing that worked. And we came through as a board, and we gave them what they needed.
The smaller vehicles to do.
Smaller vehicles get to the cul-de-sacs and so forth. We had the two big apparatus to do the main routes through it. I mean, we were very thoughtful on how we did it and how we could meet the needs.
Steve,
And we're to the point now that I think we have to have the same outlook to fire. I mean, we've done it with police. I think it's time we have to look at the fire department.
There's one other unknown, so that it is difficult to budget, and Karen and I have talked about it. So the other part of this equation is your assessed valuation, right? So that's what determines your tax rate impact, is how much has your community increased. And we know we've got homes coming on. What we saw used in the past was 8 million as an increase in assessment. Looking at the projects out there and the timing of the projects, because the April 1 date is very important when you're looking at valuations, we weren't sure we were going to see that increase, especially because of the House bill that lowered the utilities, right? So utilities are being, on this 5-year plan, are reduced 20% of their value. You saw an increase from last year to this year in utilities. Having said that, you also got work going on your utilities, and the replacement of these poles from wooden structures to steel structures. We just don't know what that's going to do to their valuation. And we won't really know that until we get more information, and it's closer to the assessment period. So there is more. It may not be. I think we were very careful and estimated the increase in valuation very conservatively. More conservatively than it may have been in the past because of the utilities. We want to see what happens. So, I mean, that's not to say that it might be better when you're looking at the tax impact, but it could be. And as you have 21 homes come on,
121.
121,
We have, what, 3 developments that are
yeah,
proposed right now?
Corning,
Two now
Olson,
and maybe a
There's a
a
third
real
I
big
heard
one.
that's-
Yeah.
What do we have coming on?
that'll
We have
impact.
2 coming on and a possible third.
Where?
Yeah.
Horse Farm,
Dark Hole Farm, Olson's
Olson.
Farm.
Olson's, and then the
Some development either 102 or Northern End.
Yeah, somebody bought that. Okay.
Mhm.
So that will definitely help in the future,
Okay, yeah.
but they won't be complete, there won't be enough completion to,
Kid proof, right? Every one of these?
for April 1st, so.
No kids.
But, I mean, yeah.
Okay, Bobby, I got a question for you. What's your biggest fear about this?
Sometimes you have to make do with either what you have or what you can.
I understand.
Have. You have to settle for less.
Yep.
If you're a family and you want to put in a swimming pool for your kids, and you have the money to put in an above-ground pool, you're not gonna go out and buy an in-ground pool.
Right.
And again, I'm very, very concerned about the way the tax rate's just flying through the roof right now. Karen and I had discussed this earlier last year about how much the town portion of the tax bill has gone up over the last 4 years, how much the school has gone up over the last 4 years, and it's escalating at a pace that really, it's very troubling for a lot of people. Somebody might be doing, you could be doing very well, but maybe your neighbor's not.
Correct.
And I know we need things, but sometimes there's nothing wrong with buying something that's been used.
I'm from the old school, Bob. I believe, I like to keep the tax down, and sometimes always getting something new is not as a nice thing. Do we actually need a need for that extra truck? It's a good question.
I think they need a pumper. I just don't know if they need it.
And I agree with everything you're both saying here, and you gotta keep it down. That's why I wanna strip everything away except for the 2 that I think we really need. I just don't think we have the means to pay for something
That
on the
high.
used market. That's what I struggle with, is we just don't have this pot of money sitting there, and we can't park money somewhere to say we're gonna go buy it, right? So that's the struggle I have, is we don't have the means to go do it. So that's why I'm saying we gotta strip back every warrant article except for the ones that we think are needs for public safety of this community. That place we're looking at just the residents themselves, no wants, these are needs. We need to go do it. Because I agree with you, Bob. I mean, it's outrageous on how the tax rate has climbed in this town for people who can't afford it. So that's why I think this year we really need to look at, like we should every year, of what is a need and what is a want. And I think public safety is always a need, not a want.
I feel more important about adding the guys there during the day, because the volunteerism is not there anymore.
I personally think
Okay.
both of those warrant articles are things we need to go do.
If it's-
I think we have a hunk of money here that we can go and take care of other things with.
They got what, four
That we're not gonna
pumpers
do
now?
anything else. We have the godsend of $181,000 for bridges that got put back in the highway department. So the needs they wanted, we can now offset over here, and we can now take care of the community. Because I'm telling you, this year and next year, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be really tough for us, especially with the tax cap the way it
Do we
is.
have to vote on this tonight?
Yes. Yep, we gotta
Damn.
bring it forth.
I think you'll notice, like, a lot of the other articles that we have, the general assistance, the fire vehicle and equipment repair, we're all saying, take this right from unassigned, no tax impact.
Well, human services,
The only one
Is the only one that,
Yeah,
we can't.
that and the fire truck would be the only ones, well, and
and the weekend cover.
in the weekend coverage would be the only three that would be raised and appropriate. Everything else would be taken care of.
Now, I have some bad news.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So, I did check with town council. The library warrant article, you can vote, it goes forward.
Correct.
Correct. So we could go and vote against it. Budget committee could vote against it, but we still have to bring it forth.
It has to be on the ballot.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's common.
Because of the RSA, so.
Just from people's perspective of a number scaring them, or not scaring them. 109,859 is your cost. If it could be, and again, I know it's money up front, but 99,000, under 100,000, I think is more palatable in this day and age.
I definitely
You know,
agree with
if
you
it
when
was
you
more
see
ARPA
some
money,
figures,
but it looked
right.
like 99,000, you know, it doesn't,
So at these values that you ran, it was how much, Hopper?
It was the 375,901 that the
on the
CIP
plan.
had used. You know, I would agree the backhoe is very important.
Yeah.
You know, the other thing is, I'm not sure where the rec commission is with the 60,000 needed for the park irrigation.
It's taken care of
That's taken care of.
through the contract we just had.
So,
Everything with Parks and Recreation are taken care of.
so
Paid
at
by who?
that 60, you're automatic, you could probably get
When
about-
we signed purchase order with Natticook, they're putting a new well in.
that dump truck,
It's part of
the
his-
plow dump truck,
it's part of his contract.
and that
And he was the second
181,000
low
go
man.
Ryan, I
there.
know Ryan.
Yeah, so
He was second
Kevin
out of
would
five.
tell
Yep.
you,
So,
Let them know, yeah.
yeah, there's 157,000 for a plow and dump truck. That is needed. But, and unfortunately, you've gotten 131,000 that's come in from the bridges money. Highway is estimating that they will need that in addition to the 200 for the block grant that's
yeah.
in the budget
mhm.
to do the paving.
Yep.
So I wouldn't count on the 131 being available for them to just make one of these purchases. I think they would need both of the ARPA money if you wanted the payment plan to continue as it is.
Can we delay the paving, a portion of the paving?
Well, you always can, but then you're making choices in those roads that
Well, we're ahead
You're
in paving right
delaying.
now. But we're
So-
ahead based off of NRPC's layout they did.
But on Kevin's plan, he has well over 350 slated for next year.
But is that his modified plan based off of getting more money, though? Because we had a plan that NRPC brought forth. They went around and did everything on all the roads and said, this we have to do. We've had this plan going years and years and years based off the color coding of the road.
Right,
And
no,
we
that's
were
the one on the
we were
PCI.
up to snuff. And I think Kevin redid his plan.
Plan that he paved.
That was based on the PCI of the roads.
Regarding them buying a new truck, would it be possible to maybe talk to Kevin and see if he can push off buying another truck till next year?
He got a plow truck last year, right?
Yeah, we bought one during this year too.
And this year too, so I mean, he's had a lot of new trucks.
Yeah,
It's,
we put 2 on the warrants the last 2 years out
so
of the
he's what,
unassigned
5 new
fund.
trucks?
4 or 5,
Yeah.
or recently new, and the one he just got.
I feel highway's in pretty good shape.
Other than
But I
personnel,
want to hear it from him, but I think, yeah, I would
other
agree.
than personnel, they've been taken very good care of. I mean, and I always joked as a town, we like keep giving them equipment, but we keep nobody to put in those equipment, right? Every time we ask for a new person, they vote it down, but they'll give us the piece of apparatus that we're asking for. It's like, well, you're giving us apparatus that nobody can run, or we have to hire out within the budget to go do. So I think highway has gotten a lot over the last 3 years, Bob?
So let's go back to the original question with the fire department. We gotta get by that like night, right now. We can be here all night talking about everything else, but
So I think if you take the 50 and the 60, the 50 from library and the 60 from Park Irrigation,
Mm-hmm.
there's another 110. We can redo the numbers. If you're gonna put, 475, 485 against it, you're gonna get that payment well below 100.
You know, and I don't want to see the taxpayer pay for anything until we actually take receipt.
So in talking to the
get in a
leasing
minute, which way?
agency, that is possible. So they will, especially if you are using ARPA funds, and the town is putting in money, they can work the payments
That should buy you
upon
something.
receipt. 2
immediately.
years, delay them 2 years. So you can do that without increasing the cost from here.
we can
So
take
if I
that.
heard you right mumbling over here, it's like you would rather put up $500,000 up front and say, don't charge us till we get it.
No.
No, that's
That's
what we
not-
said, okay, I thought that's what I heard in my ear over here.
No, what I said to Mr. Lynch is that if I'm gonna put up $400,000 or $500,000 of ARPA funds, I want to bring something home with me. In other words, if we find a used vehicle, send somebody down to look at it with check in hand, bring it home.
But how do we do that, I guess is the question. So let's just say that's our plan, right? We never find a truck. We come 3 years from now, we're sitting on a crap load of money, what are we gonna do with it?
Well, we have to spend it within 3 years.
That's what I'm saying, we have to spend this money, what are we gonna do with it? And that's my problem with buying used, you have to be at the right place, at the right time, with the bank account to go take care of it.
Well, I think if we told them that, this is what we want, what we would be willing to do, I'm pretty sure that they would be looking a little more keener.
So
I
think
mean,
you're-
if Joe
you're
Cabral
taking
can
a
go
big
on and
risk.
send me links right and left of fire engines that are, that are
Yeah,
out
but
there.
majority of those, I think, if you call, they're gonna say they're already taken, already spoken for, people coming down, we have 47 people looking at them. I mean, I think that's the point we're at, we just don't have the money to go do that. I think it's a great idea to be able to go do it, but I don't know how we execute it. That's what I
Well,
struggle with, how do we
ARPA
go
funds
do it?
The ARPA funds are in its own account. So you could leave it there, right? Leave the money for the fire truck in the ARPA funds. And the hard part becomes there has to be some vote by the board
To do,
for
but
them to be able to get the funds and to get funds and get a check. I mean, I'm looking to Karen, how long you think that takes?
I mean, we can produce a check in a day.
But the
We
tough
don't
part
have
is,
to
okay, let's
vote.
just say it's $600,000 for a
Oh,
truck.
they could vote.
We give
Yeah.
20% down, we now just gave $120,000, and we lose it.
Yeah.
So now our 600,000 is now down to $480,000. We go to the next truck, we give another 20% down, right? It's this cascading thing. If we're not the lucky person at the right time, how do we get it? And that's the part I struggle with.
And what if you get to 2024 and you haven't found that truck?
Correct. Now
We're back to
Square
having
one.
to talk about a lease and it's gone up 30%.
Yeah.
and that's what I struggle with.
That's what I'm struggling with, that too, because you can't get, I don't trust the economy at all here, okay? I have no faith in what's going on out there, the government, okay? No faith in that at all right now.
I mean, I think we've pushed this down the road so far, we're in a bad spot right now. I mean, I wish it passed last year. It didn't. But I mean, as I said, for the 5 years I've been here, for 4 years, we've talked about a truck. And we gotta do something. And we're to the point now that we have a hunk of money that was given to us, well, given to us, but we paid for, one way or another, how you look
Your
at it.
grandkids and great-grandkids. and
Yeah,
Great-great-grandkids.
that we have a chance to help the community.
Damned if you do, if you damned if you don't.
But I think we just gotta figure out if and what we wanna do. What's the right value, what do we do? I personally think we throw a bunch of money at it, pay the first 2 years. Taxpayer doesn't touch it until we take receipt of it. At that point, they're not paying for something we don't even have yet. I hate to pay for anything, but
Yeah, but we get a set price and we know what it's gonna be after the fact. That's something we would get out of this,
Yes. Yes, we would go,
because there won't be escalating costs onto that at all. Because we're gonna put a purchase order out there, we get it for that number, and it won't go up from that point on.
correct, and I would recommend you go to Warrant and you put it out there that you're using the whatever
Yeah, the ARPA funds. I
decide on
think. Yeah,
ARPA
yeah.
funds, or whatever you decide, and payments aren't starting until 2025, if you wanna go 2 years out.
But that's what I'm seeing here.
And then, but all that does is push out
Your cost.
the payments, right, so
well, it
now
doesn't.
you're
We're
going
covering
2025.
the first 2 years of payments with opera. Right, so we're covering the payments instead of the taxpayer covering them.
I don't think you can pay towards a lease on the ARPA.
You think about it, we're signing a purchase and sale for this amount.
You can
The
put
first
a
2
down
years are gonna be
payment.
paid for by ARPA as a
All right, so
condition
if we
of it.
take the first 2 payments and we put it back towards it, that's a good question, because I'd rather that it didn't hit the taxpayer until we actually have the apparatus,
Damned
right?
if you do, you're damned if you don't.
Right, and you could do that, but all that does is now make it 5 years of payments.
But what I was
after.
saying
You
is we
can't.
make the first 2 years worth of payments out of opera. So instead of the taxpayer paying,
It
we're
doesn't.
paying out of opera, right? Can we do that, is the question.
I don't think so.
I don't think we can
I
pay
don't think
lease
so.
payments.
Can
I
we
think
ask
you-
that question?
Yep.
We need to.
Horrible that we have to vote in this tonight, and it's
Do it in
like,
years,
Pretty
okay?
sure you can't too.
But it's more money down instead.
or we just
Right.
put more
Less
money down.
financed.
But what I was trying to do is get it to the point that the taxpayer doesn't pay to it until we actually take receipt.
Well, that number will go way down, which they would probably do this to.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're not
Exactly.
afraid of the
Kim.
number.
That's what I'm thinking, that number will go
And
down.
we're gonna have a catastrophic failure at some point.
Yeah.
On 1 or 2 trucks,
Right.
100,000,
I
40,000,
mean, just
whatever.
look at the fund we had this year, we took every dollar out of it.
Yes.
Because of where we're at. And that's why we need to replenish that fund also, a certain means, just in case this fails, because we know we're gonna need that money again.
Right, which we're recommending that we do from unassigned. I mean, we have money
We have
that's
enough
gonna
for unassigned?
lapse. We're gonna have money that's gonna lapse.
If we didn't have it, I was gonna say, let's do it through opera also, because I think we need to replenish that, because we gotta do something to hedge our bets. If this doesn't pass, what do we do moving
Send it
forward?
To the whole board.
Thank you. That's what I'm doing tonight.
Either.
Now, Kim, you were writing something down. But we have to vote on this tonight, right?
Yeah, so I mean, I think we need some type of agreement on at least whether you're going to use ARPA funds,
And how much we're gonna use, how
and,
they're applied.
right, and then we can go back, you'd have to be in agreement that we're going to purchase the fire truck, and we can go back and recalculate the lease payments. I mean,
Yeah.
that's normal.
Yeah.
Because the leasing information, the rates and all that's gonna change. That will change, even what we tell budget next week isn't gonna be final, cause the interest rates right now, we'll be doing that right up until deliberative, the week of deliberative.
So if we take the 370 and change, and then the first two payments, which is what, 218, what are we at?
Minimal.
So
Like
the
buying a police cruiser
375
back then.
Plus the 218, so you're.
Well, call it
93?
220.
Where you get your numbers?
It's 2 years.
First 2 years.
So-
Oh, I'm over here, okay, sorry.
Either way, we're gonna pay $500,000 for used or $750 for new.
Correct.
So we're gonna pay no matter
We're gonna
what.
be $750 for new.
Well, it's a little more, $780 at the moment or something, right? Well, with interest, you're right, it's more. I agree with
Way
the
more.
interest, yes.
Yeah, I mean, the equipment cost,
But it
It's
depends how much you
820
put
now.
down. The interest goes.
That's what it comes down to. I mean, and if we don't have other things we're earmarking these ARPA for that we really think we need, why wouldn't we go after public safety?
Environment safety.
absolutely, if you are going to throw another roughly 200,000 at it, you're gonna bring that payment way below 100,000.
Starting in 2024?
Depending if they allow us to do that or not.
Right,
Okay.
right.
Correct?
I
So
mean-
it could start earlier, but it comes down to, do you pay 2 years and it's higher in year three?
Three.
Or do you pay it down and then it's fixed for the 5 years, 6
Right.
years, whatever?
There's no winning here, which way we go.
There isn't. But it's like, what do we need to go do? How do we make the impact less on our residents?
The truck that they're replacing is how old?
So the
28, I think.
26, 27 years old?
It's 28.
I thought it was gonna be 28 this
Yeah.
spring, right?
Okay.
And for 4 years, we've talked about this. And we're to the point now, we can help offset the cost. Last year, we couldn't offset the cost. Now we can.
And you're not having the taxpayer finance the whole truck.
Correct.
Brand new truck.
That's the big difference. Last year you couldn't do it.
No, now we're at the point we can. I mean, it's,
28, yeah.
Oh, boy. It's a no-win situation, but it's a needed situation.
but we also, I really believe we need to strip back a lot of these warrant articles, because I mean, we can't as residents keep paying these taxes. I mean, that's my biggest thing. It's like, what are needs versus what are wants? You know, and how do we fund other things here to get it down to, we have 2 or 3 articles bringing forth? You know, because I mean, that's what we need to go do. Because as taxpayers, we've been hit over and over. Everyone's sitting here, the utilities are going up, the groceries are going up. I mean, we just can't, we can't
No
keep.
matter what you do in the last 3 or 4 years, it's ridiculous. The cost has been ridiculous.
It's even worse this year, and
Okay.
I'm fearful what next year's gonna look like.
I have a fear too. I think we ought to lock this in and go the way we're going. It's going to be cheaper for the taxpayer in the long run. As much as I don't agree with it, but it's still cheaper.
And
Okay.
interest rates, are we locked into an interest rate or is that?
So, I mean,
variable
the
at the
interest
moment?
rates are all over the place at the moment, and it's,
Who knows what it'll be next year? And
I mean, I'm
Interest
gonna
rate.
say February is gonna be.
Once we
be
sign a
worse,
purchase
right?
and sales agreement, the interest rate should be locked in.
Right.
Correct.
Okay, the bottom line. That's going to tell us what's going to happen for the next 3 or 4 years.
Correct. So, once we do that, once we finish the application and give them our audit, our financial statements and all that, we can lock it in. Depending on the term the longer you go, the lower the interest rate that they're giving you.
True.
So they're anywhere from 4.83% for a 10-year to 4.98 for the 5.
You know, and I think it's our job just to bring it forth, and the public's gonna decide what they want, right?
Let's go to that step.
You know, we try to do the best we can. We're gonna try to reduce it as low as we can from a tax burden standpoint. I think we reduce as many warrant articles as we possibly can and let the taxpayer decide what they wanna go do. But I think it's the right of this board to bring forth what we need to do from a public safety standpoint. You know, it's,
You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. Bob, I understand exactly where you're coming from,
I do too.
okay? And I feel, but I'm at a point here where no matter which way we go, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't.
So Steve, the way this is written right here.
Yep.
How would you propose this?
I think until we know really if we can actually pay the first 2 years worth of payments, we're gonna have to say we're gonna bring what, 500 and,
593. Well, so 218 would be to call it 220, would be the first 2 payments. So
and then you had 370.
375,901 was what we calculated as a down payment,
Okay,
right, from ARPA.
So you're looking at what? You're looking at $580,000.
yep,
And how much is ARPA total?
700 and some more.
ARPA totals 904,6.
So we're gonna use half of it, a little more than half of it. Fourth. And then I think the other part we do is we look at the backhoe, we take care of the backhoe. Let's take care of the needs we have. Start looking through these warrant articles. I mean, some of them we can fund through unassigned, right? Encumbered funds. We strip it back to the point of, we're bringing forth, what, 3 articles at that point that actually encumber, raise and encumber. And
Okay,
it makes
next,
it's more palatable for the taxpayer, and it's a less of an impact. Because we know the school is bringing forth a lot of money.
a lot of what?
A lot of money.
For us to spend?
No, a lot of warrant articles.
taxes.
Oh, and taxes, yeah, I know.
And I think we need to do what we can to reduce that. You know, and my whole, as I keep saying, my whole default is public safety. What can we do? Like tonight earlier, we took care of tasers, we took care of the video inside of it. We're looking at public safety. How do we take care of public safety?
Right.
Because on top of roads, I think public safety is our next biggest thing that we have to
Well,
look at.
roads, you don't
as a
have
board.
public safety.
No, but I mean, if you look at the job of a selectman, the first
Go to
and
Nashua.
foremost is roads. Then I think after that, it's public safety.
Nashua, there's not a fire truck that goes fast on their roads anymore. The bumps are just so severe.
Question, if they won't, if the arbor won't pay for the 2 years of payments, are you gonna take that money and put it more on the down payment?
I think we should.
Okay, I just wanna make sure,
Yeah.
public
That-
hears
I
that,
mean,
I hear that.
Because it's
Yeah.
when it's all said and done, it's probably almost the same impact. Yeah, there might be more interest if you have to do it the other way. But
I just wanted to make sure that.
yeah, but I think
we're
it's
taking
the, I think it's
money.
the way to keep the
Paying it
least
down.
impact on our residents.
And just to be clear, the board's not interested in delaying the start of the payments.
You're just pushing that problem down the
Yeah,
road. I
that's
think
just
with that. I
pushing-
mean,
If we can get the payment going as soon as we sign up and go, it's gonna be better in the long run with the APA.
I mean, especially if we can, make payments for the first 2 years
Yep, that's what I'm saying.
before it hits. I mean, it helps. It helps a lot.
It's big, or the bigger chunk down in financing.
yeah.
costs.
That's correct.
Either one.
You
Yep.
know,
Run the
I want
numbers,
to
either
call
one.
NHMA.
I'd love to see
I
the
want to
numbers
call
raised,
NHMA too, because technically we're making the payments at the beginning of the lease, right? We could issue these payments the minute we sign the
How about if
lease.
it's an ownership? There's no lease. If they wanna do this, we'll make it like that, and we'll make it work. Okay, look at it both ways.
Right.
Lease, and we are owning it, okay? We're just not gonna get it fast enough, because they don't have anybody to work on it. It's half the battle today. Like finding a good painter.
I think I'm missing something here on the numbers. You wanna put $500,000 of ARPA funds onto this. Is that right?
Well,
Is that what we're talking about? What's the ARPA
it would,
number?
it would be almost 6, right? 'Cause
Almost
you're
6.
looking at 375 that we already,
We got 9 on it now.
and 220, yeah,
Of ARPA funds?
Correct.
Almost $600,000?
So it's 585,
And then what are the payments gonna be per year?
a lot lower than that.
right.
What you're seeing. So if we can't pay the first 2 years up front, right, pay it through ARPA, then this would be fixed. If not, we'd put more money down on the truck, and then these values would actually drop. So the
I'd
tax,
wanna know what the end number is, because.
well, that's what we need to calculate, because we don't know what we can and can't do with ARPA
We're-
funds right now.
We're almost completely depleting the ARPA fund here, so,
Well, we're taking 2/3 of them.
so it's almost
And,
completely.
I mean, I did watch the deliberative. I think there was a lot of questions last year about why there weren't ARPA funds
Use
Being
the fire
spent.
truck.
being used
Correct.
for the fire
There
truck.
was, there was.
There was.
We didn't know you could use it at that point.
We didn't. That's valid.
That's right.
We did not know at that point. We found out after the fact you could use them, but, you know, I look at that and then say, okay, what else are we gonna use them for? I mean, all right, we got almost $1 million in opera funds. Other than this, what are we gonna use it for? Okay, we have a backhoe, 100 and change. What else?
Nothing. Really,
I mean,
nothing.
So depleting it in order to do this,
don't wanna
I
do
think
anything
we're
with
actually
sports or
doing
anything
a
like that.
benefit.
To me, when I report it.
Yeah, Karen's
For you, it's
liking
only,
the
what, 2
report.
line items and you're good to go. This makes it a whole lot
Karen's
easier.
liking it.
But else, what
ARPA
else
funds
are
are
we gonna
there
use it
for
for? I
take
mean,
care of the emergency, not for
The bridges
benefits.
that came in, the bridge grant that came in really helped out highway.
And the ARPA funds sitting in the bank is doing us very little good.
Correct.
Well, it's in-
We are
what's
collecting
the
a little
interest?
interest on it, and we do get to use that.
That's a little interest.
So how much interest?
What's,
The reports just went out.
Kim, what's the total cost of the fire engine?
829, 222.
829?
Yeah.
So it would be 244,000 would be the remaining balance roughly, if you
Yeah.
put 585 down.
Right.
Over how many years?
So, we were looking at 6 years, 5 payments.
So it'd be about 40,000 a year?
Yeah, you'd probably,
There's $900,000 in their fund, right?
yeah, you'd get it down, around 50
It looks like
grand
$40,000 if it's 6
Plus
years, it's
interest, yeah.
244.
plus interest, yeah.
Well, why don't we pay for it outright?
Because we don't have the 829 anymore. We've spent some of it with the police and.
Yeah.
That's correct.
We
Yeah.
have 909,383
That's what
at
I'm
the end of
missing.
November.
You got what?
909,383 in that
Yeah.
fund.
We spent.
And what did we get,
spent
904?
100,000
Yeah, so you got
tonight,
about
I
5
think.
grand more.
On the tasers, right?
Police, on the
About
police.
5 grand in
Software.
106,000, I think it was tonight, for the police, for the tasers and the
Yeah.
IT. You're welcome, chief.
Yeah, not too bad.
interest. Yeah,
You know, I just saw on television, now they have a consumer taser. Have you seen that? No. It's less than $100 for a consumer taser.
I mean, the public can.
What could
walk
possibly
around?
go wrong?
You can buy it on, you know, whatever it is, Home Shopping Network or whatever.
Amazon will ship it to you.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
You say dueling?
Dueling tasers, yeah.
I see the cat getting it.
The Wild West again.
Hey, Bob, what do you think we ought to do?
So how much money would be left roughly?
I know.
In our
Well, we gotta make a vote on this.
200,000?
We gotta figure out what we're gonna do.
909
Yeah.
right
Keep
now
pushing
with
down the
interest.
road.
Yeah.
We gotta,
We gotta do it.
Use 585.
I want the taxpayers to make up the money.
Plus
And then whatever, what
Yeah,
we
you
say,
put it on there. I
108,000
just-
for
I
that?
don't like
How
it.
much
I
is
do.
left?
That's okay.
Because we still have the
That's okay, Bob.
police
But I'm not saying
station
don't put it out
engineering
there. You
costs.
gotta give
I'm
the
gonna see how
voters
much
the
money's
right
left
to
after those,
choose
we just
yea
did
or
today.
That's right.
I can live with it. I can live with what the people say.
I know.
give us calculator.
So what should this language be? If if we've come to a consensus here that we
215,000
need to
left.
put it out there, what's the
Minus
best,
the backhoe, right?
the best thing?
Yeah, minus
Want the
back.
backhoe, right?
Karen, can you tell me what rate we're earning on this money?
That's how much is left.
Probably 1/10 of
60,000.
1%.
Yeah, no, it has gone up. I don't know,
I'm
but
with
I
you.
can find out.
Is it less than the lease interest?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay, so we're better off spending the money
Yep.
rather than
Holding it.
paying for a lease.
Yeah.
So if we were able to outright purchase this, could we get a discount? Would it be? I'm just trying to see what all the possibilities are here.
Pros and cons both
So you're
ways.
saying if we said, hey, we'll pay cash on the barrelhead, what's the
Yep.
cost?
Yep. Do we have an idea?
So.
No.
The company that you deal with for the municipal leasing has an agreement with the company that we're purchasing the fire truck from. So you're already getting a discount for the amount of money that you're outlaying,
Okay,
whatever
okay,
that
okay,
may
okay.
be.
Okay.
The fire equipment, I'm gonna look and see, the fire company, Greenwood, gives you a $30,000 discount because they are considering it a prepaid truck going through this leasing company.
Okay. Okay.
So, I don't think whether you're paying it from ARPA funds or whether you're paying it through the leasing company, it's gonna change this discount at all.
You're paying it,
Okay.
that's it.
Right.
But the leasing company is gonna charge us interest.
Correct.
And that's what, 8% or something, or?
All right.
498 is
So you're
the
saying
word.
cut them out, go right to the end user and say,
Because we have, all I'm trying to do is establish
Number.
all the possibilities. So if we paid cash on the barrelhead, we could eliminate the leasing company. We have the money for that, right?
Well, we just gave out 100, right?
Well, so that's what I'm wondering
About 109,
because
Yeah.
We have, all right, we have
So down to
close to
800,
the
yeah.
amount. So we have close to the amount that we could pay cash for it. Would that make sense, or would your proposal of paying a lump sum up front so we don't have to pay the first 2 years, and then a minimal amount for the rest of the 6 years? Either way, we're saving money on the lease payment.
correct.
I'm just wondering what the public's attitude is gonna be. Is it gonna be easier for them to say, we're paying cash for it? Or we're paying a lot up front, but we're not paying everything up front, and we're
Well,
dribs and
if we
drabs?
paid for the whole entire thing, we'd never have to go to a warrant article, right? Because we're taking the money and we're just going to do it. So it's different, but I think I like that whole thing, Rich, but I think the problem is we tie our hands, we can't go get the backhoe unless we bring that to warrant, right? So I guess my question is, what's less impact from a tax standpoint, bringing a backhoe forth and other things, or paying the whole entire thing?
So let's make it a little bit more interesting.
Great.
If we lock it in within 30 days, the price of that truck goes from $829, which we used for the calculation because of March, to $753. You take $753 from the ARPA money plus what we paid tonight, you're within.
Yep, look at that.
That's
I
a-
mean,
That's a
if you
big
paid
saving.
for it,
There's a big savings.
Huge, but that means
this
we have to
was
bring
30
forth.
days. Well,
No,
Well-
maybe if you pay cash, they'll give you another
Then you need
30
the backhoe.
grand.
yeah.
Well, what
I
does
mean,
that
maybe we
leave
go
us
back
left
and-
in opera?
So if that's
You
7,
guys said 700, 900.
909 less 753 is 155, and we approved
109.
47.
109 total.
109. So, say that you got roughly 45,000?
Right, so then the problem comes down to the
Where?
The backhoe.
backhoe.
Yeah, but the
We
back
gotta bring
goes
forth
covered by
per
cost.
diem for the 2 firefighters on weekends.
What was that? It was like, it was low, it wasn't too
It
high.
wasn't too high, no.
26 or 30,000 or something?
24, I think?
It's low, right?
All this is
Well, I think the whole thing is
24,000
how
for
do
the
we
year.
meet the
That's nothing.
needs of the community to keep the tax rate as low as possible?
Can't get the volunteers to work in the Litchfield Fire Department anymore, so you gotta send somebody there to cover. Those days are gone.
Unfortunately. I agree with you.
There's no one in town anymore.
It just seems to me that we went from 800 and some thousand down to 750,000 using money that's just sitting there anyway.
Yep.
Right, because we wouldn't be getting the increase, the 2023 increase on the truck, which they said we'd have to pay come
Yeah.
March.
And we wouldn't need a warrant article to go do it, so we could actually make a motion to pay it now and lock in.
Correct.
By the end of 12/31?
It'd still be under what we need.
March, whatever. When do you have to pay for that?
With it was only good until the end of the year, so.
Today's what day?
Yeah.
28th?
We'd have to make a motion tonight.
Just saying.
We'd have to make a motion tonight, and then they'd have to communicate back.
I mean,
in
I'm
with
sorry, I'd say we call this place up and Doug and I put them through the ringer.
I'm
I
pretty
want
sure
less
you-
than 753.
Yeah.
Yeah,
700 sold.
no tax.
Yeah.
involved.
We'll give you
As long as it doesn't
700.
come out higher when you're done.
We'll give you 700 and the Spartan 3D pumper, and
Got it, but I didn't want to spend it all in one
we'll
place.
call
I
it.
know, but this is the only way you can save money for the taxpayers. I know what you're saying.
I mean,
I do, I understand.
and the
what
only
you're
thing that
saying.
really saved us was the bridge grant. I mean, because that gave the money that we thought we needed to give the highway over.
So if we
And there's-
vote tonight to appropriate the funds to buy the truck,
Yeah.
after do we have to have this voted tonight, 100%?
Well, I
Yes.
mean, I can.
It's
Yeah,
next meeting's not
technically I
till
can't
January, what, 9th?
bargain with
Half
these
the day
people
after all
with
is
funds
locked
that
in.
you
Yeah.
haven't authorized.
I know, it's a point
To
there,
do.
but I have no problem coming back next week if you want to have another meeting to work this in.
The price is only good till 12/31.
12/31
Yeah,
is the
so we,
deadline
I mean,
for locking
I
in
think,
that price.
I think what we need to do is make a motion, and then if you can work a cheaper deal, it's great.
Do it.
The only thing
Do or
that I'm
not to
thinking
exceed.
here, and I'm thinking out loud, here I was just thinking of dollars and cents. Now, the issue that I had, and I think a number of us had, was the people did vote this down last year.
Based off the way it was written, yeah.
It was voted down. And we decided at some point in the springtime that we weren't going to do exactly what we're doing here because the people said no. Now, have the circumstances changed to the point where now, dollars and cents wise, it makes sense, and are we not violating the people's trust?
No means no, yeah? Mm-hmm.
That's something that we need to think about.
So-
Put it on, let them decide for
Then
us.
it brings back, do we put a warrant article forth saying, do we want to raise and appropriate X amount of dollars to go do this?
But the problem is,
We're not going to get that
Goes up.
price.
Yeah.
and it's a difference of, it's not a
It's
minuscule.
what,
difference.
$73,000? $80,000? I mean, it's a good hunk of money.
Yes. And we can spend ARPA funds, legally, we can spend ARPA funds
No matter what.
like the proverbial drunken
Correct.
sailor.
But we've always tried to go with what is the will of the people.
Yes.
Good luck.
So, here, I'm talking myself out of this.
I might talk you out of it, I hope not, but didn't they say there were 2 towns that ordered a truck locally, and one of them came back and said, we're going to raise it, or you're going to have to wait a long time? Wasn't there something like, I don't want to say Londonderry, there were if we look at the minutes, and one town said, we're not going to wait. Remember they came back and said it's going to be, I'm making up a number, $30,000 more, $30,000 more? And Hudson said, no, we signed a contract, but then they got buying it somewhere else. Do we run the risk with this? I don't know. It's not the same company, remember?
It isn't.
It's not the same company that those other 2 towns
Remember you're
had.
saying yes.
So that's the other risk of putting all the money down,
Yeah.
and all of a sudden they say, we want more. Not that that won't affect us anyway, but
As much as I think the savings is great, I think we need to bring it forth after what Rich just said, because people voted it down at one time. Who knows why they voted it down? Maybe because it wasn't the use of ARPA, maybe it wasn't pushed enough. Who knows why it said no, right? So I think we need to bring it forth to the people again. Because we've always, as a board, have said we're not going to go against the will of the people.
And that's what I'm saying, put it on the ballot.
But if you do that, you're not gonna get this.
You're not going to get the $83,000 savings. I mean, it's that whole back and forth.
You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't.
what's on the ballot for their hours? Is that a warrant article to get the?
Yes.
Okay, so that is.
That is.
a permission, okay.
For the what? I'm sorry.
To get the third person on the weekend or something, the
Oh,
extra
yeah.
coverage,
Per
that's
diem
that's a
coverage.
warrant
It's
article,
a
right?
warrant
It's
article.
not
Yeah,
article.
it's right here. It's
Okay.
warrant Article 8.
All right, so in sake of
There's a
time,
del-
do we want to go attack all the other ones and come back to this one?
Let's go.
At least that way we take care of all the other ones, then we come back and we know what we have in front of us.
Yes.
Yes, because I'm just gonna warn you.
Because we're sitting here at 9:25 and we've made
And,
2 decisions.
and we have to have a non-public.
Correct, so.
Let's go to the
All right,
rest.
so we go to the next one, which is Article 7, which is, shall the town vote to raise and appropriate $25,000 to be placed in the Property Revaluation Expendable Trust Fund as previously established. The sum to come from the unassigned fund balance and no amount to be raised from new taxation. Estimated 2023 tax impact is $0.
So you put 25 aside each year so that you have the 100,000 for
Correct.
the.
So move.
Let's second
Motion
it.
by Mr. LaSalle, second by Mr. Lynch. All those in favor, Mr. Leary?
I'm always a no on this, so no.
He's
Mr.
consistent.
LaSalle?
Aye.
Mr. Lynch?
Aye.
Ms. Queenan?
Aye.
I am also an aye. Motion carries 4-0-1.
Karen, you get that right? Yeah, you did. Okay, good.
All right, next we have is the fire weekend coverage. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $24,320 to fund the fire station approximately 32 hours per weekend, effective April 1st, 2023. These hours would be filled with an on-call firefighter, therefore would not be associated benefits or other related costs. Estimated impact is 2 cents.
So there's no benefits, there's no, this is
No
straight
nothing.
wages
Yep.
calculated off of the average on-call $19 an hour.
What's happening at the Litchfield Fire Department is no one really wants to volunteer anymore. And that's what's going on. It's-
I'll move Article 8.
Motion by Mr. LaSalle.
Second.
Second by Mr. Leary.
Wow.
Any further discussion?
I have one question. Is this telling them why they need the weekend coverage? It's because most of the calls are coming in.
It's not. What's going to happen is that deliberative, they're going to have to speak to it, but as we know, the majority of the people are not going to speak to it. We're not going to be there, right? So people aren't going to know.
So can we change wording here or no? Right now? Or not? I don't.
What's wrong with the wording?
Usually, we have to go back to a legal for the wording.
Oh, we
just to
do.
make sure,
Because
yeah.
I just don't understand why you're asking for it.
Yeah.
They don't
So what
realize
happens
most
is
of the
the voter
calls
guide
come in
will
on the
come out,
weekends.
right? So
Yeah, but
within the voter guide,
guide
we can
has-
say
has
why we
more
want it.
language
Yeah.
than the warrant. The voter guide will
That's true.
actually have
It
an
does. Yes, you're right.
explanation.
But
And
if people
that's
don't read the
fine.
voters guide, they don't. So
Yes.
What I believe is the
I don't-
majority
I
of the
think you gotta get
taxpayers that get
volunteers
in
back
there.
up and
What
running.
did the selectmen say? What did the budget committee say?
Did it for
And that's how
years.
they vote, when they don't know.
Probably,
Yeah.
I make a motion for it. Yes.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Mr. Lynch, second by Ms. Queenan. All those in favor, Mr. Leary?
All right.
Mr. LaSalle's?
Aye.
Mr. Lynch?
Aye.
Ms. Queenan? I am also an aye. Motion carries 5-0-0.
Thanks, Bob. Got my heart going.
general assistance.
If I'd known
I would.
So, current,
Article 9, General Assistance. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate $10,000 to be placed in the General Assistance Expendable Trust Fund as previously established? The sum to come from the unassigned fund balance and no amount to be raised by new taxation. Estimated 2023 tax impact, $0.
okay, currently
Fine.
you have $10,000 in this trust
Yep.
fund. We have had very minimal welfare requests. So we've been able to fund them from the operating budget.
Mhm.
Our concern is with the climate now and energy costs and everything else, we may get a number of requests which we will not be able to fund from the operating budget with how low that has been cut. And you will not have you have to. help
Yeah,
with
we
it.
legally have to have
You
this.
legally have to.
Yeah.
help.
I'll move Article 9.
We have a motion by Mr. LaSalle's,
I'll second it.
second by Mr. Lynch. All those in favor, Mr. Leary,
that. All right.
Mr. LaSalle's,
Aye.
Mr. Lynch.
Aye.
Ms. Queenan.
Aye.
I am also an aye. Motion carries 5-0-0. Article 10, Fire Vehicle and Equipment Repair Expendable Trust Fund. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate $40,000 be placed in the Fire Vehicle and Equipment Repair Expendable Trust Fund as previously established? The sum to come from the unassigned fund balance and no amount to be raised in new taxation. Estimated 2023 tax impact, $0. Now, do we have enough money left over to cover all these?
So, we did a rough calculation on the unassigned fund balance, and we believe with the amount going from the leftover budget,
Mhm.
plus you have the 28,000 from the pension that was refunded from the, you're still above the 8% that you, by policy.
Okay.
Good.
Um,
This is the breakdown
Not a
budget.
whole lot, but you're still above your policy.
We're above, okay.
So the current balance right now, as it sits on the books, is 76. But remember, the board already agreed to the expenditure up to 60, which we believe is coming in at 43 for engine one. Yes, engine one.
2, isn't it?
The goal is to establish 75. That was the goal, was to keep 75 in. So
Correct.
that's why we're saying put 40.
Good.
And we used a lot of this year.
Right. And,
Yeah, we fixed the
and
truck.
gosh, I mean, it would be terrible if we had additional repairs to one of the engines that we currently have in fleet while we're waiting for the new engine to arrive, right? Because you have a
You got it.
long period to wait.
Yeah, 2 years, so we need this money.
I'll make a motion, we approve it.
Motion by Mr. Lynch,
Second.
second by Mr. Leary. All those in favor, Mr. Leary,
All right.
Mr. LaSalle's,
Aye.
Mr. Lynch.
Aye.
Ms. Queenan.
Aye.
I am also an aye. Motion carries 5-0-0. Next, we have the Public Works Expendable Trust Fund. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $60,000 to be placed in the Public Works Expendable Trust Fund as previously established? The sum to come from the unassigned fund balance and no amount to be raised from new taxation. Estimated 2023 tax impact is $0.
I make a motion, we approve it.
We have a motion by Mr. Lynch.
The
Second.
only
We have a
thing I'll
second by
say,
Mr. Leary. Do we have any further discussion?
this came up at budget, Bob, because they were very concerned if we went over on salt or we went over on the cost of
Yep.
snow plowing. They wanted to make sure we had this.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why we.
Thanks, Karen.
So this is for roads, emergencies with roads?
Anything to do with
I'm passing notes to you,
equipment,
okay?
could be anything.
Or the sanitation.
Building.
Or sanitation, so
Yeah.
anything, let's just say, the backhoe went, they could go and use this fund if,
This breaks to get this fixed,
Compactor.
whatever
they
the
can go
case.
do it, right? So if something happens at highway, salt goes, we all of a sudden, we have all these storms, we need more money to pay for
Yep.
salt. We could pull it from this fund.
And so we have 100,000 in there now.
We spent 60, which hasn't been transferred out, but will
Okay,
by
it's
the end of
spent,
the-
okay,
Yeah, at the
gotcha.
end
So
of
we're down to
November when we
40,000 in the
Yeah.
account?
You got it.
How was that money
Putting it
spent,
back.
do you know? Does anybody know?
I'm sorry?
How's the money spent?
We spent 60,000.
On the truck.
Yeah, on the truck.
From the
yeah.
truck, yeah, we
Okay.
pulled from the truck for that
Yeah.
one. Okay, Article 11, additional assistant librarian hours.
Which Article
Where did you
11?
guys-
There's
We
two
didn't vote
Article
on that,
11s.
Yes,
did we?
you didn't vote on that.
Oh, we didn't vote on that, I'm sorry. Thought we did.
You guys.
I'll move Article 11A.
We have a motion by Mr.
Public
LaSalle.
Oh, sorry.
A?
Public Works. Let's
The
make sure
Public
we're
Works,
clear on
Article
that.
11, Public Works.
Okay.
I'll second the motion for A.
We have a second from Mr. Lynch. All those in favor, Mr. Larry,
Aye.
Mr. LaSalle,
Aye.
Mr. Lynch,
Aye.
Ms. Queenan.
Aye.
I am also an aye. Motion carries 500. We will now move to Article 11B, which is now called 12. Additional assistant librarian hours. Shall the town vote to increase the weekly hours of the assistant librarian number 2 position from 8 hours to 24
Good job,
per
Karen.
week effective April 1st, 2023, for an established annual wage and benefits and other related costs for $13,312, and further vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $9,920 for wage benefits and other related costs for the period of April 1st, 2023 to December 31st, 2023. Estimated 2023 tax impact is 1 cent.
I make a motion, we approve this.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Mr. Lynch, second by Ms. Queenan. Any further discussion?
The library is very important for people. Not me, but other people.
I don't think at this point in time it's a wise spending of money.
I agree with Mr. Larry. I don't think right now that this is a need, it's more of a want within the environment we're in.
It's to,
That's not, okay.
as they explained it, to get somebody in there for when the librarian, the head one, retires.
Correct.
But they already have people in
They're
there
trying
at
to
this point.
transition, so I just
I
think
get
that
it,
in the
but-
environment we're in right now and the cost of, inflation we have forth and so forth, this is not something that we need to bring forth, but that's my opinion. Any other discussion?
No, my only comment would be if there is a downturn in the economy, it might be utilized more. That's why I'm saying that.
Mm-hmm.
But this, again, this is a plan for when the current librarian retires.
Yeah, they're trying to get money put into that and to transition somebody to become the new person, so.
I'm reminded of Roland Bergeron, who for years and years says, you need to up my salary because I'm not going to work forever. And when I retire, you're going to have to hire somebody new. So you need to up my salary now for that time. I never agreed with it then, and I don't agree with it now.
Okay.
All right. All those in favor, Mr. Larry,
No.
Mr. LaSalle,
No?
Mr. Lynch,
Yes.
Ms. Queenan.
Yes,
I am a no. Motion fails
2-3.
2-3-0.
And I usually support the library.
I do
but
too.
just think
It's
right
just-
now it's
We're not in the,
fine.
yeah, we're not at the point to do it.
230.
Is it 230?
Well, it depends on how you put it. Because it failed, so it'd be 3-2.
2.
If you flip it the other way, it'd be 2-3.
Yeah, so
So
but
it's how
it's
how you word
230.
2-3-0, yeah.
All right, I just thought another one.
So if you,
The
so
one
motion,
No, I just thought another one, it was 401.
We've actually have
thought the
been
last
through this
one was
before in
abstain.
deliberative, because people have wrote in it
Karen,
failed
you gotta get
3-2
creative.
versus.
Come on.
It's
Approved
yes,
to-
no, abstained.
Correct.
All right, so, because one of them was a 4-0-1, and I didn't think anybody abstained.
No,
No.
so it's
Go back to
4-1-0.
the
I,
No,
I
Bob
corrected
is quite
myself
clear
after
on
the
his
fact.
vote.
Oh, you didn't, I just didn't
Yeah.
hear it, because
That
I
was good
already
as
wrote
vote.
it. All right, sorry.
And then Article 13, you already voted on this during
Yep.
a meeting and
I think that was
no
5-0-0.
budget,
Yep.
yeah.
Do we want to do it again just to make sure, get it on record?
We are on record. We
Okay.
did that.
So that was the street discontinuance of parcel
Say that again.
2018.
Say that again.
Discontinuance. Parcel 2018, Class 6 road, working through language with legal, because we're still trying to do it, but
Is
that
that
was
the
5-0-0.
contract on the right of way?
So,
By Mills.
I know.
And the next was the veterans
It's
tax
there.
credit, and pretty much
It's a housekeeping.
the state changed it to it has to be active duty also.
correct.
And if we fail the motion, or if it gets voted out, it goes back to $50 instead of the 700 or 750? 750 that we have presently.
Basically, it's for active duty reservists.
Yep.
Who are
vote no.
like weekend warriors.
Yeah.
They get, the state changed it so they get the credit for
Yeah.
it. So that's basically what it is.
And we have no way in town knowing what the impact will be, because we don't know how many reservists, active reservists we have.
Right.
But I think if we vote against this article, we hurt our veterans that we've worked so hard for over the last 4 years to get their tax credit to where it is today.
And whereas we abstained the last time, Rich, because that affected us directly, we don't have to abstain here.
Correct. Because
It
you
would
just
be leaving it
Yes.
what it currently
was.
is
Yeah,
for
it's-
us.
yeah.
So do we have a motion to approve Article 14?
So made.
We have a motion by Mr. Larry,
Second.
second by Mr. LaSalle's. All those in favor, Mr. Larry,
Aye.
Mr. LaSalle's,
Aye.
Mr. Lynch,
Aye.
Ms. Queenan.
Aye.
I am also an aye. Motion carries 5-0-0.
Okay. So the one you don't see that you're all wondering about, I'm sure.
Tax cap.
The tax.
Tax cap.
And if you go back to the selectmen, right next to to your portal, right next to the draft warrant articles is a spreadsheet that we prepared.
I don't have mine on mine.
And
Where are we at?
so roughly looking at ahead for fiscal '24, we tried to determine what the 175,000, what that represents as a percent.
Mm-hmm.
2%.
No, actually, that's what we thought,
5.38? 5.28?
No.
3.28.
How do you figure that?
So
Click
it's,
the one to the right button.
This one? Because I did 2.5% times 7.713003.
Yeah, this thing is
oh, it's on the
5.3.
tax.
Huh?
It's the taxes raised.
Raised, so it's the $5
So,
million.
Yeah, it's on the 4989. It's what percentage 175 is of that, of the taxes raised for appropriations.
Doesn't make sense. It should be of the budget.
Yeah, you would think.
Yeah.
But it's not. The way the warrant, the way the tax cap language is drafted, you can raise up to 175,000 more in taxes than the previous year.
Reality 101.
Well, it's a way of doing it, and, but like we said before, not really tied to any economic.
So at
Bigger.
5%, it's looking at 257,000, but we think inflation's gonna be 8.3.
Yes.
Ugh.
CPIU is slated to be 8.3. So 8.3 gets you
6%.
427,000,
Mm.
but if you
Get
did
that by the
5%, you're only looking at
It's not the
257,000.
point of getting by everybody. This whole thing is to get us out of that fixed rate, period. And we have a percentage to play with based off the operating budgets and everything else.
Right, so
Okay?
you would, if you changed it to 6%, which might be more than you feel the the residents
was
would go
5.
for, you're looking at 309,000.
How much is 5%?
257. And we're looking at 8.3 at almost 428, so we're still gonna be, chasing it.
You
So
will.
if you're,
So,
if you do 257, that's only getting you 82,000
That's nothing.
more than the 175, right? It's
Right.
not that much
No.
of an increase.
well, it's quite a bit, actually.
Well, it is, depending on what it is, but I don't think it's gonna get us to where we need to.
But I don't think it's gonna cover the cost.
And you gotta remember, we still have a $100,000
Yikes.
police line that we have to somehow get back into the budget. It's already been, a fixed cost within our budget that they took out this year, so
I think it should be a percentage,
Yeah.
but it should also be, adjustable each year or something like that.
well, that's why I wish we could have tied it to, the CPIU, because then it's always fluctuating up and down.
I'd rather know what I have every year.
Yeah,
No,
that would require legislation
I know.
higher than.
Yeah, that's a little rough.
That's on the other side.
That's a whole different ballgame.
But I think 8 is way too much to go and ask for.
Go for 7 then.
I still think that's too much. My gut has always been 5.
5 or 6. I don't think 5's enough.
I agree, based off of what we think's coming.
I know. That's why I say 6.
But can you get 6 passed?
That's the voters.
Correct.
I think 5
But the
is much
other
more palatable.
thought, which we thought about, is if you go in at 6, will someone get deliberative, get up and reduce it to 5? And if you go in at 5, is someone just gonna get up at deliberative?
Well, let's get up and
reduce it to 4?
let them speak up, okay? If we go 6, somebody says 5, that's fine. Okay? I know Bob's gonna stand up and go 5.
Well, with that method, do we do the 8?
No.
Right, and do we do the verbiage that we're gonna look at this every single year based off of the CPIU?
We have to.
I mean, it's more of how you bring it up, right?
It's
If
the
you say
economy
8
has done
this
this.
year, but if CPIU goes down, it could be 2 next year.
I think we can explain 5.
I do too.
5 is putting that fixed rate behind us and establishing a precedent for the future. It's not the total nut that 8 is. We can explain 5 and we can explain to the people. I would go with 5.
And I think we also need to tell them this is gonna be a yearly warrant article that we're
Yeah.
gonna bring forth.
Yeah, we
I
have
think
to.
I would review it every 3 years.
3 years, you think?
Yeah.
Not with the economics in the world today, I cannot say that.
It's just crazy where we're at right now. That's the tough part.
My fuel cost is ridiculous.
I mean,
Gas and everything else. Okay?
Yeah.
We can't justify that every three years.
Because I keep going back to if we looked at just contractual and we look at utilities and we look at solid cost, it already put us over the tax cap.
Way over.
I mean, you just had such a jump because your CPIU, the rate of inflation's gone from 2.5, went down to 1.8.
Yep.
When it was 1.8, it was great, right?
Right.
We were all,
Yep.
and then it went to 1.2. We never thought it would get that low. Then it jumped to 4.7, and now to 8.3. The
Can't-
jump, you just can't possibly, and you're gonna see this in your contracts, any contracts for services. You're gonna
Fuels,
see it-
everything,
fuel,
all over.
yeah.
Utilities, I mean, everything you do, you're gonna see that.
So the only way to adjust for that in upcoming budgets would be taking a hit to services, and no one wants,
No one's gonna want that.
you don't have much there
So you have
to.
to remember revenues play into this tax cap as well.
Mm-hmm.
And if people aren't buying cars, if
Right.
they're not
Yep.
putting on additions,
We're gonna see
not
it.
staying places, not,
Yeah,
buying
revenues are going
food
down
at
and-
restaurants. I mean, there's so many things that impact
affects
us.
your-
Food costs is up for everyone.
It's funny you mention that because my sister-in-law works for a major used car place in Hooksett. They've sold minimal cars. The market for used cars is dead.
People are keeping what they have.
But I agree. I mean, I don't think we can go north of 5. I really don't.
Let's go, let's see what happens, okay?
So I think there's a lot that we can do to explain this. I mean, I think
I agree.
people definitely feel it every day now, right? And we can do an awful lot to illustrate the CPIU and what has happened to the rate of inflation.
Salt, sand,
There's a
everything.
little bit more difficulty or nuance with the tax cap and having an amendment, because a public hearing has to be held by the Board of Selectmen on the question at least 15 days, but no more than 30, before the question is to be voted on
Good.
March 14th.
Yep.
So count back from March 14th.
So after deliberative, we're gonna have to do
After.
another one.
You're gonna have to do a public hearing.
Yep.
It has to be posted to public places, and published in
We have a
the
library in the
paper.
town hall. But no one goes to read.
And a pizza shop.
Pizza shop.
And I do have the exact
And the
language.
Day of the
Laura's
Dead,
already
too.
worked on the
Too.
exact language. We are just waiting to have the
But not more than
percent.
30. When's election day? Is the
14.
14th.
14th.
So you're
I
looking at
should
the
be
last
back
2
by
weeks of
then.
February.
So we could actually do it at our meeting on the 14th or 28th. Have a
January?
public hearing. No,
February.
No more than 30.
So 14th would be right at 30,
Yep.
and then the 28th would be at 14. So we could do it either,
Would it be? Oh, yeah, because February's got 28 days.
yeah.
Yeah.
So either the 14th of February or 28th, we could have it at our normal meeting.
I may not be here for that
So
meeting.
the wording is gonna be a percent, not us
Fixed dollar.
figuring out
Go
a
to
percent and then
Disneyland.
figuring out the dollar value.
Correct. I think we
Meet
should
the rest of the
go with that.
selectmen.
So it would be, shall we adopt the provisions of RSA 32:5B and amend the tax cap whereby the budget committee shall not submit a recommended budget that increases the amount to be raised by local taxes based on the prior year's actual amount of local taxes raised by more than 5% rather than the existing 170.
And then what happens is, so hypothetically, if people show up at deliberative and they change the whole proposed budget, so now it's higher than the default, which budget do we go off of, based on the one that's voted in? The voted in budget, okay.
Yep.
The only good part is the end of that article is the
We would have
estimated
to do it on the
2023
13th or
tax
the
impact.
27th.
I'm sorry, yeah,
Impact is
I was doing Tuesday
zero.
nights, yeah. So we can't do the 13th,
So
we'd have
it'd have to be
to, we'd have,
27th, so you better-
so, correction, I was looking at Tuesday instead of Monday, so it's the 13th or the 27th.
13th.
So if we
it's
did
the
it at a
27th.
meeting, we'd have to do it on the 27th.
Yep.
I was on Tuesday night instead,
Unless we had a special meeting.
unless we had a special meeting, yeah.
Yeah,
Actually,
well, we
no,
have to,
it'd be 29
at
days.
least 7 days prior, have
We
it
could do it on
published
the
in the
13th.
paper
Oh,
and.
because it's a short month,
It's a
that's
short
right,
month,
so we could do either
Posted.
one, because it's a short month. We need to start counting them.
28 days,
So
yeah.
13, right, it's 15
Yep.
days to get the end, and
Yep.
then you have 14 more,
29.
so that's 29 days. So we could do the
So you have-
13th or the
so-
27th.
You have
let's
deliberative
win,
on
win,
the
win.
It's
4th,
higher math.
where you introduce
So let's vote on
it.
5.
Don't worry, Kevin, that's higher math, don't worry about it.
I'm fine with higher math,
Do
because
you
I went to
wanna have
Litchfield
it
School System.
Right,
He'll get on a step
I
ladder.
don't know.
13th or 27th. I will not be in attendance on the 27th, I'll be away.
So the 13th it is.
Whatever you want to do, I'm just like,
Okay,
we're in
That's fine with me.
Florida.
Do it.
We're in Florida that week, so,
Nice.
let's do the,
Universal this time.
What,
Can I come and hide in the
Yeah.
luggage?
You're more than welcome, I'll
we
take
should
everyone.
meet,
All
we should
right,
meet
thank
in your room.
Yes.
I'll be
So-
down there too, but
Yeah,
not
no
that same
kidding,
spot.
right?
Be nice and warm.
How about by the pool, we can all meet?
That'd be a better place to do it, right?
It's 42
All right,
degrees
so-
down there today.
It is?
But it
Yeah,
will
I
not
checked-
be that in
Orlando?
February.
My sister-in-law lives down there. She says it's cold.
Yeah.
Yeah, my brother on Christmas said it was 30 something.
All right, folks, let's keep this show
All right.
going.
Yep.
So we're gonna do
Please.
5%.
All right, so 5%,
Make a motion, make it 5%.
we have a motion by Mr. Lynch,
Second.
second by Mr. Larry. All those in favor, Mr. Larry?
Aye.
Mr. LaSalle's?
Aye.
Mr. Lynch?
Aye.
Ms. Queenan?
Aye.
I am also an aye. Motion carries 500. So this loops us back to our discussion on the fire truck.
We're all done talking
Boy.
about that. Put it on the ballot. Let's see what happens and go.
All right, but we have to come down to what amount of ARPA funds are we gonna use for it?
I know, putting it at the end.
Gonna add it to it.
I'm sorry.
You have to have a question, don't you?
We were talking, so I.
No, we're back to the fire truck and we just gotta decide what amount of ARPA funds we wanna use for it. My proposal is the 3 and change plus the first 2 years. And that was what, 571?
So,
We don't know what that end number is, though.
But we don't know, that's correct, we
Yeah.
don't know the end.
I can say we go with 650 as a number. If we get it lower, we're going good.
650 and what? Use
Understand that.
$650,000 in ARPA funds?
Not to exceed the ARPA funds.
not to exceed
650, yeah,
650,000.
yeah. Because we got such a variation of what's gonna happen here. Okay, from leasing, whatever, in case like that. We gotta have a number to work with.
I mean, if you're gonna do that kind of money, you might as well do what Richard said and put it all in it. Although I've always stated I'm against it, but
I understand what Rich was trying to say, and I agree with that too, okay? But I'm just trying to know a number to get started.
It was a pretty heated meeting when we had legal people in here threatening, right? No means no.
Yeah, I know.
And they're right.
They're right. I mean, and that's why I think after Rich made his point, we got to bring it to the taxpayer. We can't just go against their will. I mean, we as a board have always said we're not going to go against the taxpayer's will.
the no means no portion of it, I understand that completely. However, you've expended a whole nother election cycle, so you're putting it back on a ballot. I mean, is it a housekeeping thing where you just say, this is what we'd like to do? I mean, I don't know, I just,
No winning.
But I mean, I still would like to buy the backhoe with ARPA funds.
I don't think you can. I think the best bet is to do what he said and just pay for the damn thing and be done with it, and then decide where you're gonna go from there.
But even when we pay,
You're looping around here.
No, I know. I've
going
always
around
said
the
I'm
barn in
against it.
different
I've
directions.
always said I'm against it, but in this scenario, it is the best.
Except for the fact that the people did vote against it.
No means no.
So we need the people to vote for something.
correct.
If we pay it all up front, people aren't gonna have the ability to vote for something.
You know, it's so tough.
Did they vote against buying the truck, or did they vote against?
They voted
The
against
method of it was funded. You don't know,
Don't
right?
know.
You don't know.
We
but-
weren't using ARPA.
But we always have said as a board, no means no. If we're going to do it again, let's bring it forth to the public to vote on.
What if we put the question out there, but we maximized ARPA and minimized the amount that was gonna be paid?
Well, I mean, I think even if we do that, I think we need a warrant article. I think we need to go ask them.
Well, we
even
can
if we
still do that.
But the problem we have is we're not going to vote until March, and now all of a sudden we're paying what $80,000 more. You know, that's the part that gets us. It's
So I haven't talked to Greenwood. I have no reason to think that I can get any better deal than the former fire chief. but I think it's worth a phone call to see, hey,
Do it.
On March
listen,
15th,
we're-
if we get the approval and we give it,
Right.
will you stay with this dollar value?
Right, and we're gonna, we're gonna use the majority of our ARPA, and can you give us a better deal on the price so that we can get the minimum amount that we need to lease, and impact the taxpayers?
If we could do that, then it's a win-win.
All the way around.
Because the people will have voted for it, but yet we're still getting the better price.
Correct. And we
Not
did
coming out
what we
of the
always
taxpayers.
said and brought it back to the people to say yay or nay. Do you want to use these funds for it? Even though the funds were at the will of us sitting here,
Yeah.
we've always said, it's the people's money.
And they got a situation with a truck being that old.
Right, and they're getting their payment on a truck that's gonna take them 2 years to build, and.
And you could even pay them up front on 2 years out. I mean, there's future value of money right there.
Right. Oh, yeah, absolutely. So, let me see what Doug and I can do, but at least I think we need you to agree that you want to purchase the fire truck and that you're willing to use a not to exceed amount on the ARPA. And then that's the figure that Doug and I can go back and
Do it.
What's that not to exceed value, you think?
600,000?
well, so if you're
Seven and
looking,
change.
It was 750, right? Isn't that what he
it was
said?
753.
But that was paying for the whole thing.
That was paying for the whole thing.
So if we didn't pay for the whole thing,
And you wanted the money left for the backhoe, probably the 600's about right. Say not to exceed 600
I
from
agree.
ARPA.
I agree.
That takes care of the money that was already expended
Mm-hmm.
tonight and gives us the money for the backhoe.
Which
and,
we need.
I don't
and
think you
let's
get the
have
same
us-
deal.
Start
Try for
there.
it, though.
You can try for it, but I don't think you'll get the same deal, though.
No matter what, we're putting $600,000 forth, even if it costs us $800,000.
I don't like
The
it.
impact to the taxpayer is least amount.
Cheaper.
Yeah, much cheaper.
Fire trucks are too
I
damn
mean,
expensive.
I know it's tough to do, but if we make that motion, right, and we look at the warrants we're bringing forth, I mean, we're truly
We can
raising
amend
and
it.
appropriate pretty much no money this year.
Right? We
We
can
got
amend it.
Health and Human Services, and what was the other
Warrant.
one?
Weekend
Fire.
fire coverage,
Weekend fire
24,
coverage, that's it.
yeah, less than 50 grand. There.
And we're doing, we're doing the best thing for the taxpayer.
The service of the town, too.
It is, and we're doing better services for the town, public safety for the town. I mean, I think the actions we're taking are the right actions to take for the community.
We may not agree it personally,
Correct.
but the big picture of the whole thing, everybody wants the services now.
And what I say is, we can all vote when we get in there, what is the right thing for the town to do, right? When you get in there, you can say what is right for you and your family, but what is the right thing for the community is what we have to look at as a board.
personally, I could live with 600,000 in ARPA and do the best we can as far as the rest and have the people vote on it.
I agree.
I'm with you.
I'll make that motion.
We have a motion by Mr. LaSalle's.
I'll second it.
We have a second by Mr. Lynch.
Bob's gonna third it.
All those in favor, Mr. Larry?
I'm a no.
I know he would be.
Mr. LaSalle's?
Aye.
Mr. Lynch?
Aye.
Ms. Queenan?
Aye.
I am also an aye. Motion carries 410.
You just
I'm
broke
okay
my...
with it. I'm okay with it.
I know you are, but I know what it is, Bobby. I know.
He was
Trust me.
standing on his precedent. He said he never wanted to put all the money to one basket.
I know.
So.
He's gonna stand there, and I agree with him.
All right, moving right along.
All right, moving right along since we've beat
I
that
got
one
bedtime.
pretty
I gotta
good.
go to a funeral tomorrow.
Glad we didn't decide to pay for the
We're-
whole thing and have me vote against it.
So.
Where the hell are we?
We all
The new
know.
veteran
Yeah.
credit.
Oh, it should be all over me. She's all
That's-
over me.
So we did everything, all the articles.
Yeah, you've already
Text me
read,
today
I think,
Yeah.
already.
about the 131 and the 28.
I appreciate what she said, though.
right in front.
Which ones?
So, the
Moving
131 that came from the state bridge money,
Oh, yeah, we did.
the 28,000 that came from the House Bill
Oh, yeah.
1221 for the pension.
Yeah.
The only other thing that, talking with, public safety, was about the storm. So.
Nice report.
And fire did have 59 additional hours that they called people in.
Yeah.
We had no residents that came to the fire community room. At first, we thought there were 2, but then the fire figured it out wasn't residents.
Still think it was great that we opened it for them. Anybody
Yeah.
who needed it, it was great. They went down there, they set it up, they put coffee out, they put a couple pastries out in case anybody needed it, so.
And they were checking,
Yeah.
as
Geez, if I knew that, I would have went and had pastries.
Coffee and pastry, right? We could have sat there and just.
I know they
talked for
were
a while.
watching the cameras and things like that.
And John, thank you for opening the doors. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
As of Saturday, the
Push the button.
24th at 2, Eversource was saying there was still 145 Litchfield residents without power.
And drive by the house.
Approximately
Generators running.
30 continued through Monday. That was the worst of it. Tuesday morning, when I spoke to Eversource, everyone was restored.
Okay, good.
So they are preparing, I've asked for a detailed report of how many people went out, when they went out, and when they were restored. And they are working, and I guess a number of other towns have asked for the same information. So they are working on a report, and they expected to have it by the end of the week.
Okay.
So that will be right from Eversource.
Good.
I did ask Mr. French about the police calls, so that's the police calls that you see. That doesn't count outbound calls, but I think it shows that not many residents were at least reaching out to say that they didn't have power or where should they go, or so either you have a large amount of residents that have generators and are very well versed in how to prepare for these type of storms.
Yep.
Or they went to relatives, right? It was Christmas, it was
I
the
drove around.
holidays.
I drove around and went into the areas where the trees are down, power is out and stuff like that. I heard nothing but generators. Everybody had the backups, okay, and it was great. The only complaint I received was that they had to go buy more gas.
So I did contact Onsolve. Onsolve is our code red. We need an update. They were working through the contacts, taking Frank off, taking Troy off, adding me. And so we just need to circle around because we need to make sure that John and I have access and we don't have to call in Terry. And gosh, you shouldn't just have one person. And then Doug and I were talking about the emergency management plan, which does have to be updated as soon as you get a new emergency management director. But there seemed like I'm new. I hadn't seen it. I spoke to Superintendent Jetty. Doug's new over there. So there seems like there's some of us that are new that we should probably, staff should schedule a meeting and kind of discuss it and go through it so that we are more prepared in the future. Should something happen, we at least know what you have already had drafted.
Yeah.
So Doug and I are gonna schedule a meeting for us to do that, and then the people that already know it really well can kind of walk us through it, and we can at least all be on the same page.
Question, was there a code red that went out?
Yes.
Now, I used to be on that, but I didn't get any code red. Did you guys get code red?
I did.
I used to be on it, but, so I need to revisit that.
Yeah,
Check
so
your
I think
phone.
you have
I think
to.
it's on the town's
Website,
website.
right? The website?
There's a link. You can put your email address and your text number on it.
Really?
Technology.
Yeah, on the town website, you'll see a code red button.
Okay,
Click there, it'll
okay.
get you to the page check.
Yeah.
So on the town website.
Yeah,
get it
on the
both
front
ways, text
page,
and
scroll
email.
all the way down.
Okay.
I just get one. My wife gets it. She tells me everything.
Yeah, mine used to be on my home phone, but I don't have that anymore.
Yeah, it was Saturday it went out, Rich. You
Yes.
should have got it around 11 in the morning.
Yeah.
So the very
got it.
last item, which is contractual, so our meeting minutes.
Mm-hmm.
The individual that's been doing the meeting minutes has been doing an outstanding job. They're probably some of the best minutes I've ever seen, even coming from the city where there's paid people that do it. These are the best. We sat down, we needed to add planning and zoning. So zoning used to be Michelle, and Michelle's left the district.
Michelle Flynn.
So, the individual doing the meeting minutes and I sat down and discussed it. We've worked it out where he'll do all the meeting minutes. We had it budgeted for 13,007. It'll actually come out to 13,002. So we'll save a little money and add all the minutes meetings will be done by the same person. He's working with John. I don't know if you've seen the new section on the website where they've been working really hard about getting all the meeting minutes up. So I'd like to make those changes to that contract and bring it forward. It's about $500 under budget.
So move.
Second.
And
I have a question.
Sure.
Is the Heritage Commission in that, or not really? They're having a tough time with their minutes.
The 500 just got added back in.
The Heritage Commission's usually done by one of the members. So, they're having trouble.
Yeah, but where do they meet?
we
Here?
added conservation, we added ZBA, we added.
Heritage Commission doesn't meet here.
Well, they don't want to meet in the gazebo anymore because it's cold.
Last
Makes sense.
night we did Zoom.
You did a Zoom meeting, yeah.
I don't see the planning on here.
Um,
GBA, Selectmen,
Can you
Budget,
do
Rec,
Zoom?
Conservation.
Pardon me?
can you do Zoom?
Still can.
You can?
I mean, for motions and everything.
I think so. I don't think
But where do you usually meet? Here?
the Secretary of
When
State
they
took that away. yet.
can, they meet here
Still
in
under
the
the
town
COVID.
hall.
They
But,
took it away?
Conference room back there too, you can
yeah,
use.
I mean, you could do that, but is it recorded?
It should be. They were before. Hasn't been in a while, right?
Not recorded in that back room. They
Right.
have to meet in this room or the fire station is an option for them. So they could meet in the community room as long as it's not Wednesdays. And then we could broadcast a meeting like a normal meeting, and then that would help Matt, because then Matt doesn't need to be physically there.
Right.
Because Matt's, obviously, his primary is through recordings, which works out really well, 'cause it makes him reliable.
Okay.
And they don't meet every month, right? It's usually when a demolition permit comes in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they could for projects, but, so it wouldn't be 12 meetings. It's probably less, 4, 5 a year.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd say maybe,
I don't know if it's $500 worth.
No, I'll circle back and we'll work it out.
all right.
I'll circle back and we'll work it out.
It'd be nice though if we could.
But, yeah, I would definitely meet either here or the community.
It'd be great because we'd have one person doing all the minutes.
Right.
Same
so-
format, same everything, labeling the way they are so they automatically upload.
The one thing that, and I know, I'm not sure why, but maybe this was past practice. So there's no law that says meeting minutes have to be approved. You do, right?
Yep.
The next meeting, you approve them. You were signing them also?
Yep.
Is there a reason?
We like to.
Okay.
We just always did. I mean, I guess you could put them up as draft, right? And then after they're approved, put them back up. As approved. Take-
Yeah, we
take the
we have to
watermark
deal with,
draft off them.
we have to deal with Kim. She's very detailed.
So that's what we're suggesting.
what we're making
We're
sure of.
suggesting we put them up as draft because they have to. That's the
Right.
law. And then once you approve them your next meeting, Matt will take the draft off and we'll post and
Yeah.
we'll put the.
Okay.
We've always
Do we
signed up
need
here, that's all.
Do we need to have you sign them because now we've got to get that off over.
If I can, so Matt and I did talk about it. What I suggested him was, we moved over to the draft watermark to help that, because I think the ZBA was the bigger concern about posting early.
Mhm.
Because they concerned that there's legal decisions made, they could go to court, this is what they said.
Yep.
So they were the ones that were kind of holding it back a little bit. But the draft watermark, when it gets removed based on a vote that happens at a meeting, Matt is going to, what we talked about was he'll post the approval date on those meetings and then remove the watermark. As if the desire to keep the signature goes, just have it be a signature page only, you sign it, and that goes with the physical in the clerk's room, is what we were talking about.
Yep.
I don't know if that works, but the whole problem with posting up and pulling back down,
Yeah.
it's gonna be very hard for Matt to get a physical signature up on that site.
Mhm.
So it makes more sense if you have physical copies.
Just put
anyway.
approved and put them up there. And if anybody wants to know when they're approved, go into the clerks.
Yeah, right.
Approve, who
Yep.
actually approved and what it is. But if you really wanna sign it still, you could sign a signature sheet only, and then they could post it with the clerk's office where the physical copy is.
Correct.
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
I believe in signatures because it follows through with the whole paperwork. You read them, didn't you? You know.
Well, I'm gonna bring a bunch of signature pages to you. Because Terry and I talked about that, and I'm sorry.
And-
I didn't know that you signed them. I've never seen that practice before. So Terry actually came to me and said, I haven't got any since October that are signed. And I said, they signed them? I just didn't know. So
We approved them, but we didn't, you know.
you approved them.
Right.
Yeah.
The
But
next-
usually they're in consent and we sign them.
Put them in a package.
We just sign.
Sounds good.
Okay, next.
Yep.
You done? That was perfect. Ms. Queenan.
Hey.
I got nothing to say.
The planning board meets January 3rd. Next, we have a site walk on January 7th at Olson's Farm, where the manufactured homes are going in,
Wear shoes,
off of Darling Drive.
boots. snow
Wear my
boots.
boots, huh? Hopefully there's no storm that day. We'll have one zoning ordinance that we're having a public hearing for on the home occupation kind of thing, and we might have a Heritage Commission one come through. I'm not sure. I'll let you comment on that.
What's the home occupation then?
You can have one by default where you can actually have your own home business there, but then if you need licenses, like you might be a nurse or a social worker, there might be, you need some kind of credential from the
To
state.
practice there?
Yeah, we're just trying to sync it up with the state.
Can't sell guns.
Well, no, that's being looked at by legal because at
So
a
guns.
federal level, you can't get in the way of alcohol, tobacco, firearms.
I had that happen to me in Milford. The guy wanted to set up a shop to sell guns.
Kevin, we don't care.
It took legal to said, yeah, you can do it.
Right.
That made my year, Rich.
Go ahead, Kim. Go ahead, Kim.
Capital Improvement Plan Committee, we
You can pick on me.
may meet after the warrant articles to see how they fall.
Yeah,
Right.
already.
NRPC, they're still working on their regional housing needs assessment. All of the NRPCs are coming up with one report for the governor. So that's still being gathered right now. It won't be ready probably till next quarter.
Good.
On January 6th is the deadline for the second grant we went for the Pinecrest sidewalk. So I will make sure that that's in. I mean, we applied for it, it may pass through the first pass, but I just want to make sure that Jay has this ready to go with that. And I believe that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Recreation Commission, we met last night. It was a short meeting. We had a couple approvals of use of Talon Hall. And the other thing we talked about were the new pickleball courts that are being put in, and the orientation versus north, south, east, west, so we may have to rotate them a little bit, but working through that part. School Facility Improvement Committee was supposed to have a meeting today, but it got canceled. Mr. Larry?
Budget committee been off for a couple of weeks, meet next Thursday to go over warrants.
Mr. Lynch?
Nothing in conservation, they've been very quiet.
Mr. LaSalle's?
Yes, for Heritage Commission, the house at, I believe it's 252, I believe, Wilson Farms, the
Big white one?
the big white house that burned.
The black siding?
No.
Wilson has put in a demolition request. Apparently, the inside of the house wasn't touched. I don't know, visibly, you can see the outside has burned. But
Goes
apparently,
to the south wall and then into the attic.
yeah, Steve, Dr. Stephen, has said that the house was built in the 1790s, was originally owned by a very prominent Bixby family, and that they want to make sure that we go through the posting procedure so that people are aware that Wilsons have requested to demolish the property. The Wilson can do what they want with the property. They don't need anybody's permission, but there is a process that you have to go through and so forth. The property is going to be posted, and there's going to be a public hearing, which is the next step in the process. And I guess they're coordinating that with you, Kim, as far as that goes. The PFOA committee has met actually on, they meet, all their meetings are on Zoom. So the fact that I was in Illinois didn't prohibit me from attending the meeting. I had every intention to do that, but unfortunately, cell service being what it is and internet service out there, I wasn't able to get on. So I did not attend the last Zoom meeting. There's some confusion here with respect to who is attending meetings and who isn't attending meetings. In my case, since all the meetings are Zoom, I was able to get on Zoom even in my abode at on Charles Bancroft Highway, and I had to go in via phone because of an incompatibility with my computer, with Zoom or whatever. Unfortunately, if you go on the phone, they don't record your attendance. So people were saying, you know, that I hadn't been attending meetings, when in actuality I had, but the only time my attendance was recorded is if we had a roll call vote. So, whatever, but that's the situation. There is the person who was the chairman from Merrimack is no longer going to be chairman, and there will be a new chairman, and I haven't seen the minutes from the December meeting to know what the deal is there, but I'll keep people abreast. Is there any news as far as grants or anything as far as PFOA?
Just the fact that we did apply for the state grant, water planning grant, but I don't expect to hear until after the first of the year on that
Okay.
award.
All right. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. We have one other item this evening. It's a non-public session under RSA 91A3, Roman numeral 2A, compensation. Do we have a motion to go into non-public?
Oh, yeah.
Second motion.
We still had one more item.
Oh, I'm sorry, we do have one more. It is the metal detector policy. Ms. Queenan.
I just needed, I submitted one, but you were gonna talk to legal
Yes.
about that.
So I spoke to legal, and there was some concern on the fact that the town administrator would be the one reviewing the application.
I agree.
Because the authority is the authority of the board.
Mhm.
So how we work through that, I could bring those applications to you, but now there's some delay, right? Because we're waiting for a meeting to happen. But it might not be you either, because per the policy, we'd weigh in on the committee, or, if it was
Correct. It could be on
conservation land,
conservation,
it would be
recreation.
Conservation. So what I could do is do the background work for you, contact the committee, get their feedback, and ultimately bring it to you, but there's gonna be some
Still a
delay
delay, yeah.
and does that really matter? So no, you can't go metal detect today, you have to wait 10 days, 14 days.
And nothing uncommon about that practice. It's no different than getting a permit to go do this, go do that. It may take a little time to get what you want to do. Okay? I don't see a problem with this.
There's a question when they go into the river. Apparently, the riverbed is a prime spot to do metal detecting.
Yeah, in summertime.
I would assume so, yeah.
Not
But
this time.
where does the town authority start and end?
The state owns the river.
State owns the river, yeah. So you own up to the river edge?
High water.
Yeah, the high water mark.
Yeah.
Is it high water mark or,
High water mark.
so he could go right down to the,
Walk the edge.
so, okay.
But I think you also need a permit from the state to be able to go down to do anything on state land.
I don't think so.
I don't,
On the river you do, because it's historical.
I don't think so. That's my opinion, okay? Because,
I think we need to get some more clarity on items like that. And maybe it's as they come up, we need to do research to, but it's a policy, it's not a warrant article, it's the policy, it would be a policy set by the Board of Selectmen.
that's all.
But,
So
but
maybe we
we're
do a little
talking,
more research on it.
but we're talking about public land, right?
Town land.
Town land.
Town land.
Town land.
So,
only.
school property, town-owned property,
I don't know, we don't control the school.
Yeah, I don't
That
So
think,
it'd
would be
be
their policy.
conservation, recreation, town.
because I see people metal detecting at
At the school,
Griffin.
yeah.
but I would think
That's
the
the
school board
school's
would.
business.
That's the
Yeah,
school's
yeah, it's the
business. I
school
mean, they can
board.
choose to hop on, I would think, but
Yeah,
I think it's good to picking up nails.
but
But I think
other-
we need to hit the whole question about what is in the river's edge. I think the last time they were in the river, right? Was the problem?
in the river and on the edge, yeah,
On the edge, yeah.
a few times.
So, we'll do that, we'll
It's
change up
posted.
the policy a little bit to bring it, have the town administrator take in the application, and we're working on the form, and
Then vet it.
vet it with the agencies so that we're bringing a complete package to you.
Bob,
And you're bumping it up against a missing items list or something?
We'd have to develop a missing items list.
Yep.
So that
Could've asked me the
if
same
people
question.
lost an
something, and they
Wedding
found it,
ring
you
or-
know where to go back
Right.
to.
Including you.
So would we also want, let's say it was recreational land,
Did
we
you
want
hear me?
rec to have
I
a
said,
chance to
did
voice in on
I
it,
heard-
right?
I heard you, I
Prior
heard
to
you.
coming to the board.
If they
Right,
find
Jeff.
anything on the property, they have to come and return it to the town.
Correct, but
But
I'm
he's
just talking
saying
about
the
the
Then you
whole,
can
policy
the
decide.
whole
in general.
policy, right?
Yeah.
So if they put in, we want to go metal detect at Roy Memorial, right? Kim would get that application, she'd vet the whole thing. Would you go to rec then, and then come to us, or would you come straight to us?
Well, I think it would, in essence of time, it would probably be better to talk to the chair of the,
Rec.
Rec.
of rec, have him get us back your feedback from his committee, so that when I bring it forth to you, you
Right.
have their
So you'd vet it
feedback.
through the appropriate
Right.
board or
Vent it
commission
to,
first.
vent it to the right people who control the land and rec, or zoning or town land, and then let it come back.
Right.
But anything found on the property is supposed to be owned by the town. You can tell them to keep it if you want, but
Yeah, but they're supposed to bring it back and,
I never found anything when I metal detected out there.
But, and that was the other thing is, technically, the town administrator can't tell
There
them they
could be
can keep it.
many
Only you
explanations
folks
Correct.
for
can tell
that,
them they
Ken.
can.
I know.
and we wanted to include cemeteries, right?
yes.
Do we own the cemetery? Does the town own the, I know we maintain it,
Cemetery
We do, we own two of
trustees
them, yeah.
control it.
but who owns the cemeteries, the land?
Town.
The town does, but the
owns the
trust,
cemetery.
So we wanted
the
to make sure
trustees
the
control it.
cemeteries
Control
were
it.
part of that.
Yeah.
Right. I'm looking for a ring out there, you can find one.
Which cemetery?
Hillcrest, I can't find it.
Picking up all the
They
wreaths, he's
were
probably
very
stuck
clear
in
saying
one.
conservation, conservation,
I did all the
recreation,
reefs
but
up
they didn't
there,
say
again.
cemeteries, and I want to make sure that
Yeah, we
was.
should do
The wind
cemeteries.
took care of them. Oh,
I got it.
I went up to visit mom and dad.
Because
Yeah,
I
he said that.
forgot.
I saw George and Michael too
I
the other day
think,
too, I
Steve,
took
you
care of their
received
reefs.
it too.
Here's what I found.
So there has, there,
I know, but the people
there
around them do.
was a petition
There's a couple,
warrant
Father
article
and my Uncle Lewis and my Uncle Freddie.
We got
that
it. I
was
picked
sent
them up.
over, late this afternoon.
I know
I
they
didn't
don't
see
have
it
reefs because they were smart.
It's a
Wait, you wouldn't
petition
have done one.
warrant article to keep the fire chief
You had to go to
part-time.
there because the judge
Okay.
told you to go there.
What's that?
There was a petition warrant article received today.
Yep.
It does not have the signatures, required signatures yet,
But it's just
although
the
they
verbiage.
have until January 6th. But it was to keep the fire chief part-time.
I heard about that one.
Was that same person that sent in the other request?
Yes.
No. I just want to be different.
All right, so we do have one more. It's a non-public session under RSA 91A3, Roman numeral 2A, compensation. We have a motion to go into non-public.
Got the motion?
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Leary, second by Ms. Queenan. All those in favor, Mr. Leary?
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. LaSalle's?
Aye.
Mr. Lynch?
Aye.
Ms. Queenan?
Aye.
Aye. Guess we're supposed to do a roll call vote, but we just did, so we are now entering a non-public session. While we do not anticipate the need to return to a public session for any other reason than to join the meeting, we reserve the right to do so if the non-public session necessitates the board taking action in a public session. We are now entering non-public. Thank you for tuning in. I hope everybody has a wonderful new year.
John?
Happy New Year, everyone.
You need a